Standing rules for the National Council and the Joint Council and Board of Trustees as applicable of Akwa Ibom State Association of Nigeria. Number 1, the National Council meeting shall include members of the Board of Trustees, members of the National Executive, and the president of each chapter. Number 2, all National Council meetings shall be conducted according to standard parliamentary procedures. The president shall use his discretion to limit the time for each participant's discussion. Number 3, a quorum shall be fulfilled by a simple majority of the members of the National Council present at the National Council meetings. A quorum shall be fulfilled by a simple majority of the members of the National Council present at the National Council meeting. Number 4, the president may summon the meetings of the National Council to be held in any city or any state by rotation. Number 5, the National Council reserves the right to invite any non-executive members of the association to attend their respective meetings. Number 6, members of the National Council shall vote in a National Council meeting. 7, each speaker must be recognized by the president or the presiding officer before he, she, it shall speak. 8, a speaker shall speak without recognition only if he or she is doing so on point of order, point of information, or registration of objection. All points of information or registration of objection shall be addressed to the president or presiding officer, who shall either sustain or overrule. 9, every speech shall be addressed to the president or the presiding officer. 10, all reports and other materials for the permanent record or printed proceedings shall be in typing, and a copy shall be sent to the secretary immediately upon presentation. 11, business is brought before the National Council by the motion of a member. A motion may itself bring its subject to the National Council's attention, or the motion may follow upon the presentation of a report or other communication. A motion is a formal proposal by a member in a meeting that the National Council takes certain action. Before a member can make a motion or speak in debate, he must obtain the floor. That is, he must be recognized by the president or the presiding officer as having the exclusive right to be heard at that time. 13, debate must be confined to the merits of the pending question. Speakers must address their remarks to the president or the presiding officer, maintain a courteous tone, and especially in reference to any divergence of opinion, should avoid injecting a personal note into debate. To this end, speakers must never attack or make any allusion to the motives of members. Speakers should refer to officers only by title and should avoid the mention of other members' names as much as possible. 14, a motion shall be brought before the National Council meetings respectively as follows. A member makes the motion. B, another member seconds the motion. And C, the president or the presiding officer states the question on the motion. The step of stating the question on the motion shall not be confused with putting the question on the motion, which takes place later and means putting the motion to a vote. When the president or the presiding officer has stated the question, the motion is pending. It is then open to debate. Neither the making nor the second of the motion placed is before the National Council. Only the president or the presiding officer can do that by the third step, stating the question. 15, once the motion has been brought before the National Council meeting respectively, through the 3 steps described in Rule 14, the motion is considered unless it's adopted by unanimous consent as follows. A, members debate the motion. B, the president or the presiding officers put the questions, that is, put it to a vote. And C, the president or the presiding officer announces the result of the vote. 16, notices for announcements to the National shall be in writing, signed by the person or a proper representative of the person, under whose authority the announcement is issued, and shall be sent to the desk of the National Secretary. 17, point of order. When a member thinks that the rules of the Nationals are being violated, he can make a point of order, thereby calling upon the president or the presiding officer for a ruling and an enforcement of the rules. 18, parliamentary inquiry. A parliamentary inquiry is a question directed to the president or presiding officer to obtain information on the matter of the parliamentary law, or the constitutions or bylaws or rules of the association bearing on the business at hand. Point of information. A point of information is a request directed to the president or presiding officer, or through the president or presiding officer to another officer or member, for information relevant to the business at hand, but not related to the parliamentary procedure. A point of information may also bring the assembly information or communication relevant to the business at hand that may help to illuminate the debate or necessary to help members further the debate. 20, when the president or presiding officer sounds the gavel for order, the National Council must remain silent. I move that the proposed standing rules hereby submitted and read in its entirety be adopted to apply to National Council meeting.
Thank you very much, Madam Treasurer. Unfortunately, the legal counsel is unavoidably absent. We've heard the standing rules. Any seconder to the motion? Mr. Hewitt moves. Who seconds? Oh.
Did I say? Oh, sorry. I move that the proposed standing rules hereby submitted and read in its entirety be adopted to apply to the National Council meeting. Convention. Well, it says council meeting.
All right. Can someone second the motion? Thank you. New York, Mr. Inoda. Any counter? If not, all those in favor say aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. And one more document, Madam Treasurer, sorry. The sexual harassment policy, sorry.
All right. Akisan USA, Inc. is a 501c3 nonprofit organization committed to creating an environment in which all individuals are treated with respect and dignity. Akisan USA, Inc. does not discriminate on the basis of sex, age, color, gender, intellectual disability, or learning disability. Each individual has the right to operate in a professional atmosphere that promotes equal opportunities and prohibits unlawful practices, including sexual harassment. Sexual advances, requests for sexual favors, or sexually directed remarks constitute sexual harassment when such conduct persists despite rejection. Discrimination or harassment of any kind will not be tolerated at Akisan USA, Inc. Akisan USA, Inc. expects that all relationships among persons will be businesslike and free of explicit bias, prejudices, and harassments.
Thank you very much, Madam Treasurer. We will now move to item number 5, welcome address, Akisan Nashville Chapter President, then National President. Mr. Etang Ekanem here. Okay, he is not here. Oh, you'll represent? Okay, please introduce yourself, your name and your title. Yeah. There's a second microphone. Okay, thank you.
Acquire me song. Acquire me song. Sorry about that. I hope I didn't hurt your ears. I'm the vice president of this chapter, Nashville chapter. At this time, I'm representing my president, who for some reasons is running around just to be sure that everyone is comfortable and that this, what we're doing at any point in time is covered and all ends are covered so that everything will be done. This time I want to welcome everyone to this meeting. I want to really appreciate you guys for being around, appreciate you for your time, for everything, and I want to say a very big welcome. I hope this meeting is going to be very fruitful, as always. So we'll hear more when my president comes, maybe if he has at any point in time to say more than this, because this is almost like an impromptu address. Sorry about that, but however, I really welcome you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chapter Vice President. Mr. Domingo Yang Akisan, Chesapeake Bay Chapter, will be the one to pass out the microphone. So raise your hand for those who don't know you. Thank you. All right, addressed by the National President. So I believe yesterday I sent out a video called the valedictory speech. In the interest of time, I'm not going to repeat anything that was on that video, but I do want to thank everyone for coming out here today. Thank you for coming to this year's convention. As we all know, the convention probably would not have taken place. So I want to thank our members, sponsors, donors, volunteers for all the hard work that we're able to do to be able to raise the money we raised before the convention itself. As of yesterday, looking at the numbers, we raised at least $80,000. So thanks to all of you. It was nail-biting. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, but I thank God that we're able to get it done. And who knows, maybe it'll be a template for the future. So thank you very much for the support you've given us once again. I wish the next president luck. Oh, okay, thank you. So, but thank you. May God bless us all in Jesus' name. All right, so the National Secretary is not here, so we're going to bypass for now items 6 and 7. We're going to I think he's setting up the minutes. So for now, we're going to go to item number 8, financial reports, beginning with that of the National Treasurer, and then we'll go to the BOT reports. So I'll be sharing my screen shortly. Madam Treasurer.
Once again, good afternoon, everyone. So the financial package here is a little thicker today. I have about 13 pages worth of information. The first 3 pages is a consolidated financial statement from August 2020 through July 2024. Page 6 will now show our financial position, which is our balance sheet as of July 2024. And then we have another one that is consolidated as of July 2024. There's another report by page 10 that shows a statement of activity by business from January 2020, it should be January 2024, I'm sorry, to July 2024. That's by business, and then the next one is the same report, but it's consolidated. So from page 3, if everyone can turn to page 3, this is the statement of activity by business, and it's from August 2020 when we began this office through July 2024, which is last month. So I will concentrate on the EXCO column, and I would like to just talk in terms of the totals in categories. And when I go to the January through 2024, I can read the details individually. So for the 4-year report for dues total, we brought in $33,362.29. For our convention revenue, we see a total of $384,269.24. And of course, this includes the seed money. Page 3. For fundraising, various fundraising, we brought in $156,974.90. And the biggest category here is our general donation and some sponsorships. So our total revenue that we brought in for the 4 years was $577,786.50, less $81,000 of seed money, if we want to call it that. So about $496,000 is what we brought in for revenue. The next page just shows our expenses. The first expense that we see is the convention-related expenses, that category. We have $492,214.71. And you can see our biggest expense in this category is the hotel expenses at $260,869.31, followed by meals, which came in at almost $70,000. The next category is for the National Secretariat. We have travel. Travel for the 4 years amounted to $26,075. And our total bank charges or bank fees, $5,163.43. Then what we've spent on project has been $18,000 or $19,000, and the largest here being the medical mission and some of the scholarship projects that has been carried out throughout the 4 years. The next category is the portfolio and committee category. We have a total expenditure of $26,671, and the biggest category or the biggest expenses here is the ICT hub, which we spent, the beauty pageant, we spent $13,580, and the ICT hub at $12,350. Now for our service providers, this is where we have some of the professionals that we've contracted with. In this case, we have $70,000 is what we've spent for the past 4 years, and the biggest driver here is our legal services, which came in at $67,930, actually $70,000 really. Then the next category is our general office expenditures. That was $11,000 or $12,000. So we have our web hosting, the person that we pay to keep our website working, that was $4,800. We have marketing and a few postage, all the mailings that we do. So in net operating revenue, meaning our revenue minus expenses, came in at a negative or a loss of $72,953. And in total, we have a loss of $55,497. So you have a category here that says total other expenditures, and it says miscellaneous expense, and the other one says Ask Liz. This category technically represents the money that we had in the bank account before we rolled over our books into QuickBooks. So it's not really revenue in this case, and I will correct it at some point. And it needs to go to our opening balance, which is the equity section of the financial statement. So that $12,000, like you see for BOT, we'll explain later if anyone asks. And then the $17,000, I know where that is coming from. So that's it for the year-to-date or the 4-year report. How do we want to do this? Any questions so far, or do you want to have me go through and then we ask question later? I guess I'll go through, then we ask question later. Yes, page 6. Page 6 is just our balance sheet, and this is balance sheet by business. Really not much to say here. It's just what our bank account balance is. So as of July, and you can't really run a 4-year balance sheet because balance sheet is a snapshot at a point in time. So as of July 2024, our account balance is $8,672.12. That's for the total at Bank of America 0524. You can see that. That's just a national account. And the next page is really not much. We have liabilities. We have accrued liabilities on the books at $29,000. That balance really has not changed. And then the next category just shows temporary restricted assets. These are all the donations that each people have made, and those donations that were funneled to a specific, cause. This is what we've spent on those donations. So we're just showing what has been spent. And then your net revenue is just showing you your net loss or whatever that has been brought forward just for as of July. And so the main thing you want to make sure is your report is in balance. So we had net assets of 287 and total liabilities and equities is 287, so we're in balance. The next page, page 8, is a consolidated information. This is a consolidated bank. Again, we had total assets of 287, and your total liabilities and equities is also 287. Page 10 is now the report from January of 2024 to July of 2024. It's also a report by business. So for leading up into this convention, our total dues collected was $12,380. And for the first time, you guys can see, our chapter dues was $7,815. Thank you everyone for paying. It was election year, so everyone paid their dues. Membership dues, $4,565. For convention-related expenses, uniform, we brought in $489.53 for uniform sale. Our program booklets, we brought in $13,041.34. We had a sale of the almanac, we brought in $454.53. Convention dues, the one that each chapter pays $100 for, that's $3,700. For registration, and this is up until July, nothing from August, was $31,161. So that category of convention-related revenue, we collected $48,847.02. We've had various other fundings, various sponsorships, so that's the fundraising category. So far, we've brought in $600 for Dance In. Our table reservation is $4,500. We've had general donation at $4,053, sponsorship $8,000, and donated service revenue, this was, since January, this was QuickBooks donated service revenue at $600. That was already reported as well. So our gross profit as of July is $78,980.70. Sure. Yes, this convention. So this is January through July. No, these are various, I think 2 people or 2 chapters have paid so far. I would have to see the detail that you're looking at, but the detail I'm seeing, it says $600. So if anyone has any discrepancy, if you've paid your dancing, then we can talk after the meeting. But for now, what I looked at, that's what I saw. For expenses, hotel expenses for this convention so far, we've paid $60,076.58. For meals, we've paid $4,915. Meals are mostly deposit. We have not paid everything yet. And keep in mind, a bunch of all these expenses come in after the convention. So again, this was something that has been done through July. For promotional expenses, these are various supplies that we've bought for the convention. We spent $2,448. And convention supplies is $1,515.96. Vehicle and gas, we have $66.59. Program expenses, this is what we've paid for other non-promotional items, $975.44. For printing and supplies, and I also think this is a deposit for the booklet, it's $3,950, so we have another some remaining expenses. So far for the convention-related expenses, we have spent $74,000. For National Secretariat expense category, traveling, we spent $38,000. For bank fees, we've paid $531.63, and this is just Stripe fees. So since we got into Zephi, we have not paid any, fees for that. And then for approved projects, so far for scholarship, we spent $1,495. For other portfolio and committees, welfare, we spent $310.50. That's for some of the flowers that we sent out for bereavements. For beauty pageant, we spent $3,120. So that portfolio and other committees, we spent $3,430 for year to date. For service providers, we spent $911.20. That's bookkeeping. For office and general expenses, we spent $2,032. Majority of this is a web hosting. Then a telephone, we now have a telephone number, so we're paying for that monthly. And then postage, we spent a lot to send items back and forth for the convention. So in total, our total expenditure from January through July is $82,496.90. Our net revenue right now, we're running at a loss of $3,516.20. And the next page, page 12, which I would not go over, is just a consolidation of BOT and ESCO report, but for the same time frame. Any question?
Thank you, Madam Treasurer, for the report. Any questions? All right, if there are no questions, can someone move to accept the financial report as presented? Mr. Clemenasukwa Atlanta? Yes.
I think my voice is loud enough. Yes, please. Question. Are there any plans to get auditor to audit the report?
Thank you for bringing that up. And I meant to say something before I read that report. That presentation is our financial statement. I believe the first time maybe I would say our financial statement is presented like this for 4 years. And I would like to say that it should just remain here. It's an internal document. Nobody should put that out there in the public because it's not an audited financial statement. So if you put it out there, it's, at our own risk. Yes, at some point, I believe maybe the BOT will talk about that, but the goal is at some point we do need to have an auditor audit our financial system and our financial processes.
Any other questions? Mr. Michael Etam, Philadelphia, and then Dr. Mboso, Dallas, Texas.
Like, don't publicly post it on, I don't know, Google somewhere.
Yeah, but here's the problem. We represent a chapter,
Yeah,
and we have to give this report to our chapter members.
that's internal.
That's internal, but we can control how they disperse it. So if we put this out and give it to them, and somebody from the chapter decides, okay, you know what, I want to discuss this and see what happens. How would you consider that as putting it out there when it's not audited?
Okay.
Maybe we shouldn't have heard this until it was heard.
No, we're presenting a financial statement. We're presenting a financial statement in a convention, and this is an internal presentation, just like you would do at your job. Now, if an outsider, like let's say a banker or a mortgage person, wants your financial information, you cannot present an unaudited financial information to those people. Of course, they will know because they will ask for an audited financial statement before you give it to them. So that's what I'm saying. We just need to be careful. We have a fiduciary responsibility to guard our assets. This is our assets. Yes, Dr. Posowo?
Madam Treasurer, you said something
Yes.
Is it a possibility for us to be able to get some sort of account that doesn't incur too much charges?
So that's not necessarily a bank charge on its own, that's just a category. But when we do our convention, we go through Stripe or any other payment processor to process those payments. We get charged fees, so that fee is that $5,000.
All right, my second question is, this is a convention, is there a possibility that we can all get a copy since it's not a council, it's a convention?
I made 50 copies.
Yes, so to everyone, I put this in the WhatsApp council meeting room. Your chapter presidents are responsible for sharing with their members. So Jack, your chapter presidents, if they didn't do what they had to do. Any other questions? Mr. Huete, Research Triangle.
I don't have a question. I just want to say this. This is the best financial report. This is the best financial report I have seen ever since I've been at Akisan. I think we should give this lady a hand of applause. I agree.
All right, so well, in the interest of time, like I said, we have to be out of here by 3:30 Central. Can someone move to accept the report as presented? Mr. Clement Asukwa and Chief Uwaminem, Dallas chapter. Any counter? If not, all those in favor of this report say aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. The financial report is adopted. Thank you. Oh, accepted, I'm sorry. What's up with the giggles? Anyway, okay. We're now going to turn it over to the BOT for their respective reports. Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the BOT Chairman's report for this 37th Annual Convention. Let me start by saying that as you all know, most of you know that this will be my last time here. I'll be exiting after today. I just want to thank this group of, this family for the 6 years that I've been on the board. It's been a pleasure working with everybody here. And I just want to say thank you, and I hope that the good work that we have done in the 6 years would continue afterwards. On behalf of Akisan's Board of Trustees, I welcome you all to this business meeting of our 37th Annual Convention. We look forward to a productive and fruitful session. In line with the association's mission and its non-profit status, the board is aware of its specific responsibilities as principal custodians of Akisan's assets to ensure the organization is well managed and makes wise financial decisions. The board continues to perform its duties of advising the president and making sure our processes are being adhered to. In doing this, we are guided by the current Akisan's constitution as amended and her financial manual. All funds appropriated to the BOT have been properly managed and safeguarded. Finances. The board currently maintains a balance of $2,496 in her BOA account as of August 8th. At EcoBank, we have a balance of 11,443,420 naira. Fidelity account sits at $262,017. This is a 15.7% increase from this time last year, and a 98.6 leap from when we first joined the board in 2018. In numbers, it has risen by $130,000 in the last 6 years. You can see the chart below. The board. He's going to share it. He's going to share it. Okay. The board has safeguarded these funds for the people of Akisan and have resisted several attempts to draw from it without following the due process for expending such restricted funds. Organizational documents and records. The board has maintained an accurate record of the association's documents and records. All corporate documents and records have been filed with the appropriate authorities. Our EIN number, tax-exempt certificate of good standing, and 2023 taxes have been filed and are available for inspection. Payment of $1,560 was made to Mr. Osanga in DC our registered agent for rental and articles renewal. That was done in April 26th. We also have a chart here that shows the BOT financial contributions from 2020 to 2023. 2020 was a COVID year, so we didn't do much fundraising then. So this is actually 21, 22, and 23, 3 years. You can see that the biggest funds came from the people that the board put on the high table. We had a total of $22,000 from that. We also got $12,500 from the Bon Pride Award. We got $11,500 from BOT members. So what we do is we normally give ourselves targets of about $1,000 every year to come up with. And if you can't reach out to people to come up with that money, members donate their own funds into the association. So that's what we've been doing for the past 4 years. That's why you have the BOT donations at $11,500. We've also reached out to friends and families. That's $9,150. Purchase of tables, $2,000, and ads at $6,000, I think. Yeah. So this is what the board has done. I know we could do more. We could also have done less, but I think this team deserves some applause for the work that they have done and for the monies that they've brought into Akisan in the past 4 years. Recommendations and updates. The 250,000 committee. The 5-member committee set up by the board to investigate what transpired and come up with recommendations is actively in motion. The committee was scheduled to round up their work by July 31st. However, they require more time to complete their investigation and fact-finding. They have approached the board for a time extension of 30 days from July 31st, which would be to August 31st. This request has since been granted. As such, they will now give a comprehensive report at the first council meeting in November. So what they do is by the end of August, they'll submit that report to the board chairman. The board chairman will be in possession of that report, and then when they meet at the next, the first council meeting, they'll give that comprehensive report. We received a letter from the depositor's attorney on July 17th. The depositor, that's the person that deposited the $250,000 into our account. We got a letter from his attorney notifying us of the client's decision to retain them as attorneys to represent them on this matter. Just so we're clear, we have not been charged to court yet. It was just a letter of notification. The Akisan Legal Counsel is in possession of this letter, as well as the National President and the Speaker of the Council of Chapter Presidents. Charlotte Metro Chapter's request for hosting incentive. The board is in receipt of a letter dated July 10th by the President of Charlotte Metro, demanding their 10% hosting incentive from the 2022 convention's net proceeds. However, as of date, we are yet to receive the total amount of $20,000 that was given as seed money for the hosting of this convention. Coupled with the fact that we currently don't maintain a bank balance to cover that amount, we are unfortunately unable to make those payments as of this time. Convention hosting. The board would like to commend the ESCO, the Nashville chapter, and all members of the Convention Planning Committee for organizing the 2024 convention without any startup money. Also, to the best of our knowledge, no loan has been incurred in hosting this convention. This goes to show the essence of thinking outside the box and doing things differently. At the onset of the planning stage, the board wrote a letter to ESCO December 26th. Conscious of our weak finances, we had advised the following: that a virtual convention be explored, but that in the instance of a physical convention, effort should be made to raise or appeal for funds before convention. That chapters should nominate 2 persons that would donate $2,000 each and have a seat at the high table. That at no account should Akisan incur any additional debt as part of this convention. We're glad that these measures were adhered to. And it's our prayer that this weekend we'll have a robust fundraising campaign to push us out of debt and back into financial strength. With this model, the debate on whether to scrap seed money can and should be entertained. However, irrespective of the outcome of those deliberations, the board is still kindly asking that the seed monies for 2022 and 2023 be returned to the association's coffers. It's the right thing to do morally, financially, and constitutionally. Fundraising. In order to attract grants and donations from corporate bodies, the board advises that we engage the services of a professional external auditor to give us a certified audit report. This will require budgeting for in the next fiscal year. It's important we start preparing ourselves to tap into the funds out there available to 501c associations like ours. The fundraising campaign can be driven by the board, but will require all organs of Akisan to be involved. There's only so much that a team of 9 ladies and gentlemen can achieve, but if we all work as a considered Akisan team, we can achieve so much more. While we fundraise, it's even more important that we safeguard our finances and make only wise financial decisions. If we had avoided being dragged to court by exploring other options as dialogue, perhaps we would have still had $68,000 in our account. That's monies that we used for paying the attorney during the legal battles we had. Also, if the 2 seed monies had been returned also, as of today, we could have had a balance of $113,000 in our account. I think that's something that we should put into perspective and be guided for future decision-making processes. We should also always look at the cost-benefit analysis before we make certain decisions. Court case, Educat versus Akisan. Sequel to the final judgment given June 2nd, 2023, in favor of Akisan, we should commence the process of recovering the judgment amount of $43,276 from Uduak Obon. And just an update on this, as of today, we sent a letter to the attorney, and we've asked him to carry out proceedings on how to recover those funds. One of the options would be to put a warrant on him, bring him up to DC, and look at his businesses, his assets, and start, trying to garnish his assets, his finances. So those are the options. But like I said, we've sent out that letter as of today, and hopefully that process will start. The lawyer will let us know if there are any monetary issues involved where Akisan might have to come up with some funding. Some BOT major expenses and projects funded. Provision of seed money for 2021 Atlanta Convention, $20,000, an additional $15,000 was given. Provision of seed money for 2022 Charlotte Convention, $20,000 was given. Funding of scholarship projects, we gave 7,400,000 naira and $7,500 for US recipients. Funding of 22 medical mission, $28,000. Funding of legal cases, $68,780 after the board negotiated for a $5,000 discount. Provision of seed money for 2023 San Diego Convention, $30,000, an additional $11,000, which has been paid back. The loan has been paid back, not the seed money. Some BOT notable milestones achieved, 2018 to 2024. Registration of Akisan with Corporate Affairs Commission. We've grown the Fidelity account by $130,000. We've raised $97,645 for this association. We've prosecuted and obtained favorable judgment in the amount of $43,276 in the Akisan versus Educat case. Contributions towards the successful amendment of the Akisan Constitution, and we've also opened an EcoBank account in Nigeria. Thank you. That's all. I'll entertain any questions at this moment.
Mr. Chairman, I do not want to actually stand up. Thank you. Akisan Charlotte Metro sent a letter of demand. The reason is there's no correlation between the seed money and the profit made at the convention. There's no precedent, number one. Number two, the 2022 convention made a significant profit. There was no loss in Charlotte Convention. As a matter of fact, August 6, 2023, traveling to San Diego, I traveled there with some money that I went to collect at the hotel, about $17,000. I could have kept the money until our money is paid, but I handed it over. I want to state to wit, this current president and the problem that existed that all of you need to know, they have done marvelous. The reason is they had to spend $68,000, what we call unintended consequences, to settle all the lawsuits, and some of those money that were not probably returned come from that. So we need to know that. And so many years, Miami, I can go back and forth. They have never, ever, even Baltimore, they never owed the chapter money because of anything that is going to concern, that has anything to do with that. So Charlotte, we suffer. My members, you all came in there. This convention was one of a kind. We made money. If we did not make money, the convention report was here. Now, when they said we make $130,000 to the Fidelity account, everybody needs to know this. The Fidelity account only grows when convention is ended. Percentage is sent to the Fidelity. That is how that money grows. So it did not grow from the sky. Something make that money grow. So if that money is growing, that means few other conventions for the 4 years running, there was some money except for one convention that we run a stick deficit. So convention, which is the highest body of Akisan, my demand and my chapter demand is simple and easy. If you guys sitting here decided Charlotte should not be given a dime for the suffering that we've suffered for all of you, we will live peacefully, never to ask for that money again. But if you feel like we did what we're supposed to do and we make profit at that convention, I leave this for all of you to decide. Charlotte will continue to be a chapter, whether that money is given or not. But for the sake of goodness, humanitarian purposes, that way we do not allow the other chapters that want to host convention will host a convention. I wanted this to be brought to the convention so that because we hold a convention, therefore you guys have to decide. You have the ultimate power. My chapter sent me here today and make it official. We need the money. Again, if you guys said no, walk away, never to ask again. I will pay the money out of my pocket to my chapter. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to be clear, I'm not saying that there's a correlation between the seed money and the money we need to give you back for incentives. If you noticed in the report, I did say that we don't, coupled with the fact that we don't have enough in our account to balance, in our account balance to meet up that demand. So that's the most important issue, that we don't have the money right now. Perhaps after this convention, when monies are paid into the board's account, we can now make those payments to you. We're not contesting it. We're not contesting. I'm just telling you that based on what we have in the account, we can't fund that right now. Thank you. Question? Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Kwaiwomi Song. Furthermore, Washington, D.C. I'm trying to understand how Charlotte will ask for money when they didn't pay the seed money. I remember when we contested to host, the president, Charlotte, showed that he was going to bring in a lot into Akisan. And so I don't understand why we're still not getting that money. And why he's saying it can't be paid. When Washington, D.C. hosted a long time ago, the president was made. Emmanuel's son was asked to refund the money, and he did. So why should it be different for Charlotte and any other one? I think we have to maintain the same for. Thank you.
That's duly noted.
He said something about Charlotte. Let me play some point.
No, it's okay. So everything is clear. Everything is clear. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Microphone. Okay. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Mboso from Dallas. I want to ask how much money are we talking about being refunded? Because according to, maybe some people may not be familiar with Mboso's rule. According to Mboso's rule that has been factored into the financial manual, after the report is presented, the bottom line, we look at the bottom line, factoring in everything, including the seed money, and then at the bottom line, then the 10% will be paid to the hosting chapter. So I'm just trying to find out how much money are we talking about. That's number one. And then number two, when they computed the financial report at the end of the convention, was the 20,000 factored into that report? So I want to know how much money is owed to the Charlotte chapter. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think if my memory serves me right, the net profit was about $30,000, so he's entitled to about a little over $3,000. Net profit, yeah. 10% of it, yeah. Question over there, yeah. You want me to respond?
Yeah, this is Chief in the Dallas chapter. With due respect to Dr. Ekwan, when we make reference of time management, and from my understanding, this was about 2007 in Charlotte, about 17 years ago. Is that right?
2022.
Okay, recent. So my thing is that it would be prudent if some of these reports or demand could be sent for review, because it will save time to come here and people ask questions. I think we should take into account of either sending this report to the board for review and see how it could be resolved so that we can be very conscious of time.
Thank you very much. We've already had this conversation before, but the president wants to bring it up, and that's fine. That's fine. But like I've said, once money comes in, the monies will be paid. There was a profit made at that convention, so they are entitled to a 10% incentive.
So where's the seed money?
The seed money will be paid. It's from the seed. When the seed money comes, that's when we'll have money. Now, where else will we get money from?
Clarify that. Let's clarify that.
No, we're expecting money. We're expecting money. If this convention makes money, the president, the first debt he has is the seed money from 2022, before you get to San Diego 2023.
Okay.
So that'll be the first money that will come in, and then we'll have money. Then we can now. Please, okay, just one more question on this issue, so that we can, for want of time, one question.
Over his own. Kerabasi Obodo Dallas. I'm not speaking as the national executives, but I just want to ask a question here. Maybe for lack of knowledge or whatever, but I just want to have something clarified for me. Now, I know I've heard about all this money, seed money and all of that, how it has not been returned. My question is, when the convention is done, like this one is going on, I believe the board takes some percentage of money, maybe 60% from what I understand. Now, is that money that is being taken to the board account, is it gross or net? So if it was net, then does it mean that the seed money should have been accounted for before that net is taken care of? If that is not the case, then this is a convention. Maybe we need to try to figure out this thing, because it sounds like if a chapter, for example, San Diego gave a God seed money of 20,000 and there was no profit made, where is that seed money actually going to come from to pay back? So I'm just trying to get some clarification for the interest of those, for myself as well, who do not really understand this principle of seed money very well.
Thank you for that question. So this seed money thing, just to be clear, it's a loan, right? You give it to ESCO to host the convention. Once the convention is done, you pay back the loan. It's that simple. We give you the money to help you get into the contract with the hotel, or do whatever preliminary things you need to do. And then at the end, you pay back. And that's what we've been doing. This is the first time that we have not paid back seed money. That's the truth. Well, I mean from Charlotte. Yeah, I'm talking from Charlotte. That's the first time. So the process has always been, we give you money to go ahead and start and plan the convention. Once you're done, you pay back that money. No, you pay. No, you start making. You're going to make money from the convention. People are going to chapters are going to pay their dues. People are going to donate. So money is coming in. Money is coming in, and the process is, the first money that come in, you should now pay back that loan. That has been the standard process. This board didn't start that. Point of information. Okay. No more questions. Just point of information, and then we'll wrap up this section. Go ahead. Search it.
Wait a minute. I have the microphone. He was chosen to be the one to hand it around, and he had. You take over.
No, but I think I recognized him first. And then you have to. You had said then him.
So it's his fault then.
Who I recognize, he gives the microphone to. Yeah, please.
I think there are bits and pieces of information in this conversation. So there is a necessity for clarification, and clarification to satisfaction. There seem to be a lot of things left out when all these questions are answered. To the gentleman, Mr. Mboso, Mr. President, with all due respect to mention his name, he asked to clarify what is supposed to be the net after everything is taken into consideration and money removed as seed money. That should be whatever money is left after seed money is taken out, all expenses paid. Whatever money is left is what is called profit. 10% is calculated from that particular money that is left. So the question that honorable gentleman wanted to find out in terms of the Charlotte's case was, how much is he being owed when you factor in all expenses paid, seed money out, whatever was left as supposed profit, what will be owed to him? We need to have that clarification. That's number one. My Honorable President Emeritus, Washington, D.C. had a loss, complete loss. There was nothing, so we couldn't have any profit or percentage come to us. I'm from Washington, D.C. Right away. I wanted to clarify that. So that's a different case from Charlotte. Thank you. Mr. President, thank you.
But point of information, I did say two things before we started this meeting. Number one, this is half of the ballroom that's going to be used for cultural night tonight. We're going to end at 3:30 p.m. The Constitution allows us to postpone anything we don't do till November. So if we're going to discuss finances, that's fine, but I'm saying at 3:30 we're gone. So let's bear that in mind. If there's anything we need to say that is going to be repeated, let's end that. So number one, 3:30 p.m., we're done. And number two, let's try to keep the remarks pithy. Thank you.
Okay, so just take two more, Mr. Hewitt, and okay, yeah. Okay, go ahead, yeah.
Thank you. For song, please bear with me. My name is Diana Fia, and I'm from Los Angeles Community Chapter. I will make mine very, hopefully simple, straightforward. I just want to understand, if you've been a part of Akisan, every seed money is given and is returned. In those 2 years, 2022, 2023, we didn't get those seed monies back. My question is, Honorable, the hardest working man, Dr. Ekwan, is he still here? He's still working? I just want to know, please hear me out. You were given the seed money. At the end of the convention, you didn't give it back. So how can it possibly be that you made money? Because you were operating at a loss. If that's the case, why are we paying Metro Charlotte? I really want to, it's been very confusing. It's either you made money or you didn't. If the seed money was not returned, then that means there was no money made.
But point of order, this thing has been beaten like to death. I just said point of order. I thought order exceeds everything else. Mboku Yara said, we have 43 minutes to go. Mr. Chair, again, if you want to discuss finances, that's fine, but at 3:30 we're gone. Thank you.
The last person?
So we did already calculate all those monies inside, right? Like I said, owe him about $3,000, and that's it. All that was already factored into the calculations.
Okay, so.
Mr. Chair.
So I think that closes out, that ends my report. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Itawan James. I'm reporting as the BOT Treasurer. And so first I will start with the BOT financial report. Yes, no? Okay. Okay, so what I'll just say is, as far as we started this fiscal year, which was from August last year, with $2,024.08. And if we see, as I'm going to give summary of the report. So we've had some activities that we've taken care of in area of scholarship and all of that. And so as of today, we have balance in that account, $246.61. Next would be the Bank of America report or statement, just to align with what I just reported. Okay, so if you see Bank of America statement, so if we see, we also have $246.61. So our day-to-day operating account aligns with what we have in the bank, $246.61. Next would be the EcoBank report. So EcoBank report. Okay, so EcoBank, we moved from, because of challenges that we had with Wema Bank. So we moved, we got clearance from the convention, and so we opened another account with EcoBank. And so from the start, which was June last year, 26th June 2023, so we have that all the way to current. And as of today, we have $443,000 and some change. Yeah, in Naira, please. Okay, Fidelity account. We do get reports quarterly. So for this quarter, which was April to June 30th, 2024, we have a total of $262,016.85. And the board chair did report when we started, we inherited $130,000. So we have also tried to put in over $130,000 since we came on board. Next that I'll be talking about is our project, scholarship pageantry and all of that. So within the 3 years, 2021, 2022, 2023, actually 2022, 23, 24. So we have disbursed a total of 12,974,219 Naira 27 cents. That's as far as in scholarship. And then for Mr. and Miss Akisan, we also had contributions from citizens, well-meaning citizens who supported the project. So altogether in Naira or in dollars, we spent $14,040. Now for medical mission, we spent a total of $18,000, and in Naira, we spent 29 altogether, everything put together, donation and all of that, 29,185,607 Naira 33,000. Oh, 33 kobo. Okay, 29,185,607 Naira 33 kobo. Okay, for summary report. Summary report. This is a 10-year BOT report. And like I said, this is when we started with the Fidelity account, putting some money in and all of that. So it was started with actually $60,350 from 2014. And so I took over in 2018. So from that 2018, you see the far right, you will see it aligns with what we have at the bank now, $262,016 $14,999.85. The next would be our assets and liabilities. So for our assets and liability, starting from 2016 to 2018, monies that we still have out there, pledges, 25,300, and then from 2017 to 2023, pledges that we have, I really broke them down. So we have from 2019, 2021, all the way. So if we put all of that together, then we would have $113,780 out there that people have pledged and not redeemed. And if we add to the plus 33,000 from previous money that was owed to the association, we will have $146,780 still pending. We would have been a very rich organization, but with this out there. And so without, I just want to say this. Tomorrow we will be having fundraising. And so if anyone knows that they will not redeem, please don't pledge. Yes, it's better not to pledge. If you should pledge, be a gentleman enough or a lady enough to redeem. It doesn't speak well of us. So we have $146,780 out there. Now for the seed money 2022 convention that is still unrefunded, $15,000. 2022 convention not refunded, $30,000. Total seed money out there, $45,000. And then the donation from last year, $20,000 that is still out there we've not received. So altogether, monies from ASCO that we will be receiving is $65,000. Now, for our DOM account in Nigeria is zero because we had to use that money for medical mission last year. So that's why we have zero in that account. But as far as the Eco Bank, a Naira account, checking account, we have 11,443,430 Naira 79 kobo. So if I converted it by the current exchange rate, just looking at 1,500, that gives us $7,628.95. And then adding that to our Fidelity account, what we have in there. So our solid liquid cash is $270,645.75. Now we have property and equipment. Why I'm taking time to do this is because this is my last report as BOT treasurer. So that's why I'm going through all of this. And so we have for our properties, equipment, and all of that, $7,900. Now our total cash assets, as I said, $269,645.75. If I minus the pledges, minus 146,000, we are at $122,865.75. Liabilities, we have reimbursement for convention for board members, and we also have to reimburse the legal counsel. Pageantry cash prize we didn't give for last year, $3,000, and also another one for this year, $3,000. And so we also have to pay to the office of agent process for our address and rent, $1,560. Put all together, that is $12,560. Now, we are in deficit because we have monies for youth, $10,748.51, and also women wing of the organization, $3,150. And then for Budget and Finance Committee, $1,105. Put that together is $14,995.50. $2,200.51. So when I put that with the outstanding beauty pageant and the rest of it, the rent, we are at $27,555.51 liability. So that's where we are. And then finally, total, if I take our net worth, $269,645.75, and then I will minus the liabilities, $27,551.51, we are at $242.90, $242,090.24. Last but not the least, convention report. Last year convention report. The National Treasurer already touched this, and so we were at a deficit of $22,467.82. That's it I want to say, except there is any question. I just want to say this for the Bon Pride Award. So we did get, for last year, we had $3,000, and in Naira, we had $1,490,000 that came in Naira. But the rest we had in dollars, $3,000. So that's the end of my report, and I can entertain one or two questions because of time, if the president permits.
Madam Beauty Treasurer, thank you very much for that report. We thank you for your service. I know, like you said, this is your last presentation. Again, I remind everybody we're leaving in about 1 hour, or we're ending the meeting for the Electoral Committee. Just want to repeat what anyone says, and let's move on, please. Any questions? Oh, Lady Nkoyo, New York. BOT Secretary, sorry.
Akwa Ibom is on.
Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you so much. Mine is not a question, but this is the right time for me to make my comment. I want to personally thank the chairman of the Board of Trustees that I have a privilege to work under for 5 years. I just want to appreciate him in this convention that he pulled us together and we all work as a family despite all the thorns on the way. And we did not expect roses, but we should also expect thorns. He had a lot of them, but he still put his head above the waters and led us through. I want to say thank you, Engineer Bobby Onofio, for the records. I also want to really appreciate Dr. Itawan James for the accountability, the details that she goes through. Even though I'm a teacher, sometimes she has to teach me how to do this. I appreciate you, and we pray God that all these luminaries of Akisan will step up and fill that very shoes that Itawan will leave behind. With your cooperation, less criticisms, we will do it. Finally, but not the least, I want to appreciate our national president, our engineer, Agbani Court. He is, you may see him as a small man here in the arena of Akisan members in United States. He is a man of substance. He is very important human being that work tirelessly to make sure the less privileged are helped. Those who are downtrodden, not to be heard of, he became a voice for them. Any of you have had opportunity to go to Nigeria, Akwa Ibom State, for any function where Itorokpani Court is there, you will know you have. What they always say, you don't appreciate what you have until it is gone. Then you are like, what will I do? Thank you, Engineer Itorokpani Court, with your team for making Akisan, moving it from one level to a higher level. And we are going higher and higher. That's my comment, Mr. Chairman. And thank you. And it's going to be a big size of a shoe for the incoming national president. But I know that president is ready for the challenge. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. No, your microphone, Bako Yadasa.
No, it's not me that will ask whether it's
She's done. Okay, in the absence of any questions, we would like to move a motion that the BOT report and financials be accepted. Any seconder? New York seconds.
Any counter motion? All right. All those in favor say aye. All those against say nay. All those against say nay. All right. The ayes have it. The BOT reports are accepted. But thank you very much for your service, Mr. Chair, Madam Board Treasurer, the Board Vice Chair, and who else? There are 4 people leaving, right? Just 3. Okay, cool. So, thank you very much. BOT. All right, so we're now on page 2 of the agenda. From item number 9 to the end, I'm going to ask that any reports be limited to 5 max. We're going to start with item number 9. The legal counsel is not here. Having said that, I forgot that the Budget/Finance Committee was going to make a presentation. So, Budget Finance Committee will go to item number 9, then the Women Report, CCP Report, Mr. and Ms. Akisan reports, and then we go down like that. I hope Akisan Nashville is preparing Uriangan. So, who is talking on behalf of the Budget and Finance Committee? Yes. Is that you? Okay, so we'll come back to that. Item number 10, Akisan USA Women Report. Madam Diana Fia. About 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Lady Nkoyo, I will not try to compete with your presentation, but I will add to it. I just want to appreciate the outgoing administration. When Itoro came in, he promised openness, inclusion, and raising money and bringing Akisan to a higher level. I think we can all agree that he has. So one big round applause for Engineer Itorokpani Court. I know it's not easy, as you can see all of us here asking questions and having concerns about Akisan monies, but we have Mr. Bobby Onofiok in charge of Akisan money. He has been steadfast. He had a good group working with him, Dr. Itawan James, and everybody else. So we appreciate all the work and the dedication. Thank you for your service to the community. So my name is Ms. Diana Afia. I am from Los Angeles Community Chapter. I am the Women's Chair Lady. And I want to thank every one of you for each year you pay your way, you come out to the conventions, and it's expensive, but you do it anyway. It's for the love of the community. And we all appreciate that. So, Akisan Women USA Inc., we had to break into regions. And we had done it according to how the US sectioned the United States. So I am representing the South, actually no, I'm in the West region, and Lady Nkoyo from New York, the Linkoyo, she's the Vice Chair Lady. She's Mid-Atlantic. I saw Sister Anne right here, she's out. Mrs. Anekbe represents, I believe she's in the South. She's Northeast. Okay, see, I don't even know the regions. And we have Sister Glory Ating, who represents the Southwest, and Dr. Mrs. Ekaite Roberts representing the South. And so we want to appreciate each and every single one of you. All the ladies that sign up on our WhatsApp forum. We want to see more participation. So if you're here and you have not registered with, you're not listed on the WhatsApp, please let us know, or let your chapter president know. Akisan, I noticed on the program it says Akisan Women President. I am not Akisan Women's President. That needs to be corrected. I'm a chair lady. I don't want it to be misconstrued that there's a competition. We have a male president and a female president, so that's wrong. It's a chair lady. Having said that, the women, we've been talking about what projects to do, and we decided we will have a project here in the United States and in Nigeria. But the money does not permit us to do anything in the US. It's much cheaper to take our resources and help the people back home. So we decided to do a small project to help girls in secondary school, to provide them with sanitary napkins. Again, we've all heard about monies, that money is not available. So in actuality, we don't have enough, but we will be starting this project as this convention ends. So I encourage all the ladies to, on the WhatsApp forum, come up with either the school you went to or a secondary school you know that really need help, and we will start from there. It will likely not satisfy every single secondary school because we don't have the resources, but we will do our best. So that we don't leave out the boys, we will also be providing grooming kits to the young men, young boys in secondary school. And having said all that, it will require money. So again, we will be embarking on fundraising. So please, when we reach out to you, every penny counts. Your widow's mite will count. So feel free to donate, and we will appreciate it. So Sister Nkoyo, Lady Nkoyo, you're here. Would you like to add anything to?
Madam Chamber, let's, in the interest of time.
Okay.
You can round up for everybody, yes.
Oh, my 5 minutes is over?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
It's been
so I
over.
just want to thank you for coming here, and we look forward to receiving your contributions. Thank you.
But thank you very much, Madam Chair. We're going to go back to item number 9. Yeah, point of order. Madam, come for a Moeno, your microphone.
Mr. President, you
Yes, ma'am.
skipped item number 6 and 7.
Yes.
And I know that the secretary was not around. Do you want to go back to that for the interest of time, or do you want to skip it? But it is very important, though, that we read the last minute, sir. Thank you.
Madam BOT member, in the interest of time, we are going to suspend those items and post it in the forum and present it in the next council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. National Secretary. So back to item number 9, Budget and Finance Committee. Who's making that presentation, please? BOT Treasurer, right? About 5 minutes, and we're going to put that thing there.
Good afternoon, everyone. And this is the Tawan James, the Chair for Budget and Finance Committee. And I do have able, impressive gentlemen and ladies working with me. And we have their pictures up there. But I'll just go straight to the point. We were tasked with 5 or 6 responsibilities. And one of them, during our 4 years working together, so we were supposed to come up with a positive method or way of getting Akisan to be very transparent. Who is that? Okay. All right. To identify what we need to do to maintain this, make this organization accountable, transparent, and enviable for others to come or donors to continue to work with us. And so we did come up with the QuickBooks. So that was one of what we did as a committee, and I want to tell us that is the committee that even paid for that QuickBooks. Please, a hand of applause for us, yes. And so now, that's why when you see the National Treasurer reported earlier, very easy, and everyone could flow with it. It was one of the works that we did in Budget and Finance Committee. And we also recommended that we needed a financial secretary, national financial secretary, and that is how this gentleman emerged, Mr. Basi Obot, as the financial secretary. And then we also work hard in terms of auditing. That is still in progress. We brought some people here. We needed to have auditors, but that is still in the working. And so I think the BOT would align with ESCO to make sure that happened. Not that we did our work, but some people fell through. And then another area was for us to work on risk aversion, minimize risk. If at all, we cannot actually eradicate but minimize. And so that is still in progress. And we have come up with 6 recommendations. I will not read these recommendations. We have this already written, which we will send to the incoming president. Thank God the incoming president was the secretary of this committee. So he really already knows what he's supposed to do and what he's going to be doing. But well, incoming whoever, yes, I'm not going to sit down here and pretend. We all know. So, we all know, yes. So, and I say it again, the incoming was one of these committee members, and that he knows what to do based on these recommendations that we'll hand over to him. But here it is. Before I end, I want to say this, that one of the recommendations that we've made as a committee, and I'm speaking their minds, the voice of my committee members, is that I want to raise a motion that for the 2024 Nashville Convention, the host chapter we recommend that they will get 20% of the net profit. Why? Because they did not get any seed money. It was challenging. We didn't even know that we were going to have this convention, but they have made it happen. And a way of appreciating them is for us to give them 20% of the net. And we will not even contest it. As soon as we calculate everything, 20% to Nashville. So I'm making a motion. And please, I need someone to second that. 80. Okay.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Point of
No,
order.
Yandi. No. But it was part
Point of
what we
order, Mr.
recommended.
President. Point of order. Can I? Okay. Mr. President, please, for due process and to avoid any legal wranglings, please, let's get the report, get the recommendation, and then the House will take over from there, please.
Point of information, please. Me. The issue I have with this recommendation is that we have a laid down procedure on the Constitution and the Finance Manual, which allocates the sharing formula for proceeds, 60, 30, 10. So I don't think we can alter that until the Constitution is changed.
I do want to thank the members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you for your recommendations, and those will be discussed at the first National Council meeting in November. Emi Abuana, Budget Committee. All right. Is this part of 5 minutes?
Yeah. It's actually important.
5 seconds?
It won't be long. It won't be long. Thank you, Mr. President. Here at Akisan Research Triangle, I am actually part of the Budget and Finance Committee, and I was part of that group that made that recommendation. The convention is supreme. So the convention can override the Constitution on this particular special situation. That's what happened in the last convention regarding BOT restoring the authority to have supremacy when it comes to finance. In this case, we know what the finance manual says. And we believe, given the effort that this particular chapter has taken to allow this convention to take place, the least we can do is show some more appreciation. I think it should be even 25%. But the recommendation was 20%. The convention has the authority. We can put that motion here and pass it.
Let's not be carried away by emotions. We've heard reports and we've seen how we are struggling financially, so let's not be carried away. While we are giving credit to the local chapter, I am like that lizard that fell from the tree, and I'm going to praise the National Aid School for pulling a miracle to do this convention. It was a joint effort. So if you are giving the local chapter 25%, what are you giving the National Aid School? So let's keep it as it is, because we have a lot of debts to pay. Thank you.
About what? We're not going to entertain anything. We need to move on, please. Otherwise, it's going to go for 10 hours. Council meeting, please. Thank you.
Real quick, I think it is very important to get. Hello? He made mention of convention, and it is all of you in this room. If you have paid your registration, please pay attention to this. Just because something sounds good does not mean you need to do it. Okay? So you are the convention. Before you vote for anything, for yea or nay, make sure you understand what you're voting for. I just wanted to make that clarification, because it has been streamlined by the board that there's a process to doing these things. We cannot get carried by emotion just because a chapter has hosted. Seed money is not a gift to a chapter. So let's not use the fact that they did not have seed money given to them as a reason to compensate them for 10% more.
Thank you, sir.
That does not make any sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. But that's it. Thank you very much. Item number 11, CCP report, 5. Madam Speaker, Dr. Kaite Roberts. No, your microphone. Michael Okun.
Thank you.
You're 5 now.
Ufo isong. Ngopo uyo mbok. Eminie umianga wukufo me. This is a convention. So njama namban. Ufo isong. Ufo isong. Akwa Ibom isong. Ibani no yo. Please, Mr. President and the timekeeper, I would just ask for you and everybody to give me a couple of minutes to do this because I think it's very necessary. Before I talk about the
2 minutes granted.
Thank you. Before I talk about the Akisan Council of Chapter President, I think we need to know how it started. I'm not going to go into the detailed history, but for the interest of now at this moment, I would like to say because to commend Honorable Chief Engineer Ito Rockpanikwot for being a visionary leader and also an inclusive leader, an empowering leader, and that's how the Council of Chapter President end up being alive today. So please, for the sake of what we're doing now, I would ask for all the chapter presidents, the past and the present, and their spouses and whoever, and if you've been in that trenches of leadership in your chapter, please to stand up so that we can give the due outgoing respect to Mr. our own president. So please, with a round of applause. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next chapter. So you see all those faces? Those are the chapter presidents that we have in this house. Next one. So my name is Dr. Kaite Roberts, and I have with me as the chapter of president leaders, Mr. Richard Ayo from Dallas chapter, I am from Miami chapter, and then Mr. Cletus Odo, being the secretary and also the policy and constitution chair by default, by the position of his office. Next, please. So I'm going to come back. I just want to mention that, yes, the state of the Council of Chapter President remains strong, and we're getting stronger by the mere fact that we dare to stand on our constitution to take on new and innovative challenges because we've been empowered by our national president and his elite council members, executives, to help us to be able to realize certain things. I'm just going to mention a few things that just happened. Number one, the successful implementation of the first ever Akisan presidential elections at the chapter level. We used to come here and vote on each of the national elections. I'm going to leave sentiment, but today we are taking on the new process. And for the first time, we are here in this house, and we are going to have a beautiful convention tomorrow because what had transpired for this election is a history making. So we appreciate that, and we thank God. We thank all the chapter president and Mr. President, and who has a vision and was able to allow us to do that. So I want to also mention the fact that we have unwavering support for the successful hosting of our 37th annual convention here in Nashville. Next one. So I want to say kudos to all the chapter presidents and all the chapters for making the election very memorable and under the watchful eyes of we had a combined electoral committee with the executive and the board, and also the chapter president, and also our able chairman, Mr. Kerebong. Thank you so much for your leadership in making sure that we had a successful, different election. So I just want to say, the 37th convention here in Nashville We want to thank all the chapters as well for your unwavering support, and the EXCO and Nashville chapter in that successful hosting, because the national president, the EXCO and Nashville has shown us that we have we can do better. With the fundraising, they have given us and they've shown us a path to be able to move forward with the new way of making fundraising, and to be able to fundraise in a different way. And we're not going to go back. We want to take it forward, and we want to continue chapter with the new national president. So thank you so much for all your diligence. Thank you for all the chapters. If you are here and you don't belong to a chapter, please, when you go back, try and join a chapter, because that's how we strengthen the chapters, and we're here to support you in every step of the way. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We will now move, and thanks for everything that you guys do. We'll, by the request of question on this matter. But if it's not on this matter, I'm going to cut it off. Microphone. Who has the microphone? Oh, no, yeah. There's no host privilege. So,
good afternoon, everyone. My name is Etan Ekanem, Nashville chapter president. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak at this time, and to also apologize that I came in a little bit behind. I was trying to see how I can make everything possible for all of y'all. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Well, in addition to what I want to say, I'm only reacting a little bit to what Brother Achibong, said regards seeds money. I have been reliably informed, and at this time, I have also gone through records that for the past 37 years now, other chapters have been having seed money to get this convention running. But Nashville chapter, forever, for the very first time in the history of this convention, Nashville chapter single-handedly accepted to participate to get this convention running without no seed money. Without any other consideration, I think that alone, we all have sympathies on, this situation, the way it is. We are running with personal money. Everything that is going on, we use our own personal money to be able to get this convention running. So I think at this point in time, this honorable House should be able to understand from where we are coming from.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, your points noted. I advise it be discussed at the first National Council meeting. Thank you. Not to trivialize what you said. All right. At the request of the Ms. Udemi Kaidi, Mr. and Ms. Akisan reports will... Okay, good. So we're going to move to the Policy and Constitution Committee update. Minutes each. Mr. Kletch, our Constitution Chair, you ready? All right, cool. 5 minutes.
On behalf of the Policy and Constitution Committee, we would like to share a few thoughts with you based on where we are. And I do not think, especially for this convention, we will be able to do this more effectively without great appreciation for the work that was done under the leadership of Huete, the very Mr. Constitution himself. So we stepped in beginning in January this year to begin to look at where we have been in the past 3 years and where we need to go going forward. I am going to post immediately after this report a much more detailed, reasonably detailed report that I'm going to give here in the skeletal presentation in our forum. So please check the forum for a little bit more details. Now, we want to talk about what has happened, what the committee has been working on in the past 4 years, between 2021 to 2023. They had 4 major areas that we worked on. Number one, we worked on structural changes. Those structural changes were part of what the speaker was talking about earlier on in terms of restructuring the association's governance into 3 branches. One of those branches was the Executive Council of Chapter President, which the speaker just finished speaking about, the Board of Trustees, and 3 branches form a new National Council under the convention. Number 1, they also confirmed the fact that the convention, just like we have heard here, remains the highest body within Akisan. And they created the 3 committees, the Policy and Constitution Committee, where we are the chair of that committee, and the Budget Finance Committee, and the Electoral Commission. Prior to Itoro's tenure, these 3 committees were not in existence. The second thing that they worked on was the electoral changes and the processes. Now, again, the speaker has also spoken to that. This is the very first time that we have had the privilege of electing the next president from the chapter level. The third thing that was worked on was in terms of building a much more reasonable structure for our financial operations. Prior to this day, we are all witness to the report that was presented today by our financial treasurer that made Hugh of all people to stand up and give a round of applause. That this is the best that he has ever heard since the existence of our organization. That is a big plus that it came from him. Why are we saying these things? Because the transmigration of our financial reporting from spreadsheet to QuickBooks was a big milestone that we achieved as an organization. Now, the second part of which will be the data collection and reporting, which we have experienced today. And there were other miscellaneous changes that came in. Next slide, please. Now, from 2024 and beyond, we are going to be looking at implementation of these changes. We just identified a few. There were so many changes that the past administration brought in. Now, going forward, let me just share a few thoughts here in terms of implementation, because it is very, very important. What are the benefits of implementing changes in any organization? Now, some of those changes include engaging and focusing all chapters in a shared vision, very, very important. Helping to gain support from stakeholders, both within the chapter and outside the chapter level, encouraging collaboration, providing a guided decision-making process, just like we were looking at what was happening here earlier, and mitigating risk, helping to keep our Akisan USA project on track so that we do not get distracted by feelings, by thoughts, or by how we would think it should go, but ensuring that all our operation is based on our constitution, and also helping to develop processes and progress operationally, financially, and policy-wide. Next slide, please. Last one. And how are we going to do that? We are going to do that by making sure, last slide, by making sure that by making sure that our own the Policy and Constitution Committee collaborates effectively with the Electoral Commission. There are so many changes that we need to bring to pass in details. Number 2, collaborating with the Budget and Finance Committee so that in every of our conventions like this, we have the chance not just listening to the financial report, but seeing some of the things that our money has done in the previous year. And also collaborating with the BOT to review our processes, restoring risk management, and insurance for legal protection for our organization. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate you for the support that you're giving to us. Want me to visit? Okay. Now, the very last thing I want to talk about, is redeeming pledges and putting some action in place to make sure that all the pledges that we receive as an organization, that we have a process to redeem those pledges. For now, we do not have that yet. Gentlemen and ladies, I am going to post the details of the report that you just received now in our forum, so take a moment and read through them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for a job well done. We have 16 minutes left. Item number 15, Welfare Committee, Madam National Vice President, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not even going to use up to that. Thank you, everyone. Welfare Committee. It's always about the well-being of this community, the Akisan USA community. And we came in, we rolled out the reach out programs because looking into the well-being of everyone, we have to reach out to the community at the national level, to the chapter levels, because as always, the chapters run the organization. And we have the three-pronged legs. We reach out to the members through the chapter president, seeing how the chapters are doing, and upon invitation, we would attend their meetings. And we reach out to our Akisan member families when life happens and we happen to lose an active member, or a member recognized by their president who was a member. And also we encourage our members to get life insurance policies, at least enough to do the end of life, because life happens. And it's all been, the main reason has been reaching out, building a stronger Akisan community. And I just want us to keep in mind that Akisan, we are one body. And as individuals, we are members of this body. And the well-being of this organization has a lot to do with the peace that reigns in this organization. And as in this last meeting, it's my desire to let us fill us up to say, let us desire to keep peace in this organization as it impacts the well-being of our people. And peace does not mean that we have to agree at all times. It does not mean that we must have different perspectives to the running of this organization, because this diversity is strength if we really look at it. But it's about having respect to one another, for one another, and even for our views. Let our views deal with the matter, not with the person. So thank you so much for the opportunity to serve, and I just want to thank every member that was on this committee. And total, we were able to reach out to about 14 families, giving our peace lilies in times of the end of life, just to let them know that we had thoughts of them. And may we continue to build a stronger Akisan as a strong organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the remaining committees to follow the welfare report lead. She used, she had about 1 minute 50 seconds left, so let us bear that in mind. As we had promised, we were going to improve upon welfare, so between calling chapters, calling bereaved families, we did that. So thank you, members of that committee. I'm made to understand, before we do that, something very important. Someone brought this to my attention. So that we don't set a precedent. We did skip over items 6 and 7, the reading of the minutes on matters arising. So for the record, I would like to move a motion that this convention approve that those minutes will be presented and discussed at the first council meeting. No. No, who moved? Who was first? Sorry. Udeme Kaide first, Mr. Chibon second. Any counter motion? All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. Nay. Thank you. The ayes have it. All right. Mr. Akisan USA, your report is ready. Mr. Nobonekong. But give him the microphone. Represent Akisan LA. You have 5 minutes. Engineer Kiko, his thing is in the prep room. And before you that's why I been the idea. All right, Mr. Akisan.
Akwai Bomison. Akwai Bomison. Ibani no yo. Amin Kere and Nabon Kenneth Ekong. I'm representing the Los Angeles chapter. You're Mr. Akisan 2023-2024. Today I'm just here to present my project that I did in Nigeria, and I just thank you guys for all having me here. My target was to give school supplies and backpacks to the youth in Akwa Ibom. Each child will have access to a better education regardless of their economic. They will have the same opportunity as their peers to succeed in school. It will break the cycle of the poverty achievement potential. Educating the youth is a foundation of the strong and prosperity community. Go to the next slide. Things that I did while I was in Akwa Ibom. While I was in Akwa Ibom, I got invited to come watch the Christmas Carol where multiple African gospel artists and bands performed. I really enjoyed it because the way that the music moves and moved me and other people to dance and praise brings joy to me, especially hearing my childhood gospel praises. Since I'm Mr. Akwa Ibom, I was seated in a special seat at the front and got interviewed at the event. I was thankful to get invited to the Akwa Ibom TV News. I got interviewed and talked about my plans for my project in Akwa Ibom, message I had for the youth, like promoting education and well-being, my music, and etc. I'm glad I was able to represent Akisan during the TV interview in Akwa Ibom. The project went successfully. I gained great enjoyment because the project was accomplished. Seeing the kids happy and knowing that I was able to provide for their education was rewarding. I went to 2 schools, one primary school and one special education school. The first school I went to was called Lutheran Primary School in Uyo. We gave out backpacks filled with pencils, pens, notebooks, rulers, and erasers. We also gave them small chops and drinks for their refreshments. Thank you guys all for having me.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you very much for that short report. I know Ms. Akisan is not here. A special round of applause to Mr. Akisan, USA. Their tenure, for those who do not know, on 2 or 3 in my administration, did not get as much money as the others did. But beside that, they were still able to go home. I know in the case of Dallas, they raised extra money for them, but I'm saying at the national level, they went home and did what they had to do and helped those in need. So, thank you very much. God bless you. We're going to ignore item number 16. I addressed that in the video that I sent out yesterday, but I do want to thank all the sponsors, every sponsor that sent a student to learn one of those vocational training programs, whether it was ICT, agribusiness, culinary arts, fashion design, the female hat making, cosmetology, and soap making. As I always say, we need to not only teach people how to fish, but show them how to fish, how to store the fish, and how to sell the fish to make a profit. So thank you very much. Dr. Udongwo, would you like to say anything about scholarship? Nothing? Okay. But a special recognition to the members of the scholarship committee nonetheless. They did a wonderful job. Despite all the scrutiny, all the criticisms at first, they still came up and made the process better. And I would also ask that moving forward, whether or not Akisan sponsors scholarships, that we continue to sponsor a student project because it helps. We went to about 20 million naira. So thank you. Item number 17, Committee on the Investigation of the Fraudulent Deposit. The BOT already addressed this. I believe you said, Mr. Chair, they've extended the date to when? August 31st? The first National Council meeting, wherever that is. Item number 18, Chapter President Reports. I believe, Mr. Secretary, no chapter presented any reports, so there's nothing to discuss there. All right. Before we go to item number 19, the chair of the Electoral Committee said we should conduct BOT elections first, then the cabinet will be dissolved, and then the certification of the national president results will take place. I hope everyone is in agreement with that. No?
Point of order. I think the Electoral Committee is supposed to conduct elections.
Conduct for BOT, yes.
All the elections.
I believe they're certifying the presidential elections.
They are the Electoral Committee, Mr. President. So they conduct elections for the Board of Trustees.
Yeah, that's what I said. I thought that's what I said. I'm not sure. I think so. On a serious note, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mahmoud, are you ready? Moreno, I hear microphone. But come to this side here, and I do want to thank the Electoral Committee. That was one of the amendments that took place 2 years ago. The elections were very transparent. There was, best of my knowledge, 0 issues. And even if there were any issues, I'm sure they'll correct it for the future. So, Mr. Chair.
Obong Andy, are you here? Adam Andy. Adam Andy, we need you here, please.
Akwa mi son.
Mr. Adam Andy.
Eba no yo. Before we start the BOT election, I would like to say a few things, first of all. I know we don't have too much time, but I'm going to be real quick.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Sorry. Suspended.
Is it
possible for you to call the candidates, let them just go and stand?
All right, before we start the BOT election, can you listen up, ladies and gentlemen, please? Before we start the BOT election, the Electoral Committee actually thought it's very necessary to bring some things to the notice of the convention so that convention can take a look at it and make a decision before we start the votes. Mr. President, can you put that slide up for us? Secretary, very good. Come on, over, sir. Secretary, you ready? You're going to read through it? Yes. Okay. Sorry. Are you good and bomb? All right, hold. Mr. Secretary, go ahead and read the recommendations that we sent up.
Akwa Ibom, but I'm going to use BPO language as well as. This is very, very important. I want everybody to take note, please. Mr. President, Board of Chair, Board of Trustees, and ESCO members. But today, we will have three vacant positions from the Board of Trustees. Of course, we will have 4, depending on your choice. The 3 would term out tomorrow, including my dear self. The 4th one, Ayoginang, was supposed to have been filled last convention, but it was not. So you, the convention, will decide if you want to vote for 3 existing vacancies or 4. But please take note, you vote for 4, and then you vote for 4. The 4th candidate with the least amount of vote would term out in 2 years. Please take note of this. Because the filling up for existing vacancy, that started last year. Once again, we vote for 3 candidates. 3 candidates, and the 4th one will be your choice if you want to, or you can move him forward to the next council meeting where you can start a full term. It is you, the ballot box is please. You decide you want to vote for 3 or for 4. You have to make that decision first before you give the ballot box. Number 2, the committee decided, we thought, that having too many members from one chapter will be dominating the board. So you will decide as well if you want to have more than one member from a chapter in the board, or just, you have 32 chapters anywhere. So what will it do us good or bad? You have more than 2 chapters representing on the board. You will have to decide on those 2 issues before you start the voting, please. The power is in the convention, and you are the convention. Thank you for your support.
Observation. Observation on the 2 items. First of all, for the first one, I don't think that option should be there. We should just go ahead and vote for the 4 positions that are available. There's no point delaying the other one. But just make it clear that the 4th person will serve a 2-year term. So there's no point delaying that. Then for the second issue, I don't think it's necessary to state that. The Constitution is silent on whether you can have 2 people from the same chapter. That's not an issue. That's not a constitutional issue. So I don't think that statement should even be made. It's not necessary.
Mr. BOT, we understand what you're saying, but these are the recommendations we did as electoral committee. We said we want the convention to decide whether a chapter can have 2 or more seats in the BOT. Because at the same time, we are concerned that down the road, one chapter may have more seats in the BOT. So it's left for the convention to decide if they want that to happen. I know it's a constitutional issue, but we decided to bring it to the convention. That's part of our recommendations. And then the number 2 recommendations, like the secretary says, it has to do with the 3. We're supposed to be doing 3 candidates every year. 3 term out, and then we do 3. Convention failed the last time. We didn't have the 3rd one. So we already have 1 year that lapses. So when we conduct the election today, the top 4 candidates, the list of it all will spend only 2 years. So we had 2 recommendations. Number 1, conduct the election for 3 positions as stated in the Constitution, then the 4th position to be vacant for the next 2 years before being filled. Or conduct the election for 4 candidates, and the candidate with the lowest of the top 4 will term out in 2 years. So things we decide to bring to the convention before we conduct the election, the BOT. I want someone to go ahead and make a motion for convention to do that.
All right, I'm going to make a motion.
I will make a motion for one of them. Now, before I make a motion for one of them, I will be very clear the issue that has been stated by the Electoral Committee regarding more than one, a chapter having more than 1 member at the Board of Trustees. Akisan has already been stated 30+ chapters. It will not be fair for any chapter to dominate the Board of Trustees. The Board of Trustees is the one institution that we have that needs to have a fair representation across the board. And we had already made these changes in before the last convention, but we did not bring it to the floor. Since we delayed bringing it to the floor, this issue has come up again. It is time for this convention to put this issue to rest. No chapter should have more than 1 member serving concurrently at the Board of Trustees at any time. That should be the motion. That is the motion. The motion is, I moved that no chapter should have more than 1 member serving concurrently at the Board of Trustees out of the 9 elected members.
Any seconder to that motion? Any seconder? I'm looking for a seconder first.
Number one from Oklahoma chapter. I second the motion.
Any counter motion?
Motion is on the counter motion.
There's motion on the floor.
Counter motion.
What's your counter motion?
Counter motion is this. The Constitution, technically, the board chairman, the outgoing board chairman, one of a kind, chairman for 4 years. I said a while ago, I believe everybody was listening, the Constitution is actually silent on that process.
Are you moving a counter motion?
Yes,
please?
the counter motion is this. Since the Constitution is silent, the chapter can send more than one candidate in one convention, not two. That's what the Constitution is saying. You could go back and read it.
Please state your motion.
So my counter motion is this: the the chapter has the right to send another candidate for the board without prejudice. Because if we do that, that would be with prejudice, and that would be tantamount to a suit that you don't want to face.
Is that a motion?
Point of information.
That is not a motion. That's not.
Point of information, please.
Not a motion, please. That's not a motion. If you want to move a motion, move a motion.
Point of information, please.
Counter motion, first of all. Any counter?
Mr. Chair of the Electoral Committee, Mr. National President, point of information, please. I think it is very important that we do not miseducate people in this hall. The Constitution is not silent about the process of electing a Board of Trustee member. Please, let's not give people what they don't know. I'm going to read from the Constitution directly. As amended. Akisan, Constitution. This is as amended 2021. It is Article 23, yes. Article 7, Section 2, Subsection E. No chapter shall sponsor more than one candidate for election at any one convention. At any one convention. Let me finish. At any one convention. And in the interest of fairness and equity, a chapter may not substitute a prospective candidate and shall present only the first candidate that the chapter approves in its meeting to support for a board election, or the candidate that wins in the local chapter election held for that purpose for selecting a candidate for the chapter to support. If more than one candidate had within 30 days of each other indicated interest in being sponsored by that chapter, a chapter may not withdraw support for a candidate. So that's not actually being silent. You should not have, the Constitution said that you cannot sponsor. For the fact that you have someone in the board means that there is an existing sponsorship of that chapter in the board. We're trying to interpret the Constitution right here. That's not fair. So let's go with the Constitution for now. Legal counsel is not here. I yield.
Okay, yes. My name is Edem Andy, and I am a member of the Electoral Committee, but I have done a whole lot of this in the past. The issue at this moment, the Constitution is actually silent on a chapter having more than one person on the board at the same time. Yes, it is silent on that matter. And just for historical perspective, this has happened before, where you have more than one person from a chapter concurrently on the board from the same chapter. It happened before. But the electoral committee, in making this recommendation, looked through it and says if this practice continues, it could lead to a situation where you have 2, 3, sometimes might even be 4 people from the same chapter on the board. And that chapter would control the board for that reason. So the committee is proposing, that's why it's become a convention matter. Because whatever the convention decides today is more or less an amendment to the Constitution, if you understand it. So we recommended for the convention to vote to stop the practice of a single chapter having more than one person on the board at the same time. We have 30-something chapters. So if one chapter has 2, 3 members, they control the board. If you look at it the way we have looked at it at the community level. So that's the proposal. That's the proposal which we know there was a motion on the floor. And whoever was going to raise a counter motion. And that counter motion I don't think has been supported yet. It's been seconded. You are seconding that motion. Oh, there was no motion. Okay. Here, but hold on. So Hugh made a motion for the convention to vote on that matter. Owen was going to raise a counter motion, which we said there was none.
No.
Okay.
I'm raising that motion.
Okay. So you're raising that counter motion now?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
The motion is this. The convention, the convention should allow the candidate to run for the Board of Trustees because, as you rightly stated, the Constitution is technically muted, silent. Not only that, the Constitution gives all of you. Wait. Listen. Before you make before you make a motion, you have to clarify your motion so people knows. As it was read recently, it says, it is straight. It said the chapter could. It did not say it may, you could add more people to the board. It did not have nothing to do with 2 people going. So if this is going to be something of future, you can do that, not in this particular
Mr.
convention.
Chairman, Mr. President, what's your motion?
The motion is this. I, Uwem Eyokbane Kwandu, move that the candidate for the Board of Trustees with any other chapter should contest the election, whether or any other members in their chapter.
Okay. Any seconder?
Anybody second that motion? Does anybody? No, let's take. You'll give your information later.
BOT.
Does anybody?
Any seconder?
Any seconder? The second. Okay. The counter motion has been seconded by the board chair. So there are 2 motions on the floor.
You want to clarify your motion? But, hold on, please. We have Mr. Ete here.
Yeah, go Listen, ahead. I want to modify this motion to be a little clear. No. We can re-second. I'm going to re-modify this. No, this is a convention. They have the power. Hold on. I want to add to the motion. That's fine. We can withdraw and re-add. The convention has authority, right? Dambok Swati. Okay. Listen. This item, hold on. This point of, guys, be quiet. This is a very important issue, and we should address it here at this convention civilly. So let me tell you this. This item was already modified to be put in the Constitution, and I actually have a copy. I shared a copy with the Constitution Committee chair, and this is what it says. This issue came up before, and just like what the Electoral Committee found, the Policies and Constitution Committee found this to be the case during my dispensation as well as the current dispensation, there are 3 different times that this issue has come up so far within the last year and a half. And in each time, those committees have come back with the same recommendation. It is now up to this convention to decision this particular item. I want to read from how it was written to be modified in the Constitution. Here's what we said.
Mr.
We're going to, the motion is, wait. The motion is, we're going,
you cannot modify
the motion is a limitation. No chapter shall have more than 1 member serving concurrently at the Board of Trustees. Added. And then concurrently. And then the other aspect that we wanted to add, please, this is not difficult. There was an addition in section 4, in case of resignation, incapacity, removal from office, then we gave the authority to the president to appoint somebody. So the motion stands as it was originally stated, except we added, in case of resignation, incapacity, or removal from office, then the president would have the ability to appoint somebody to fill that position.
Now it's time for votes. We're going to call for the votes. We don't, you need to stand by, we talk, are you talking about the counter motion? Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, you want to recognize him?
Go ahead.
I have a point of information.
One thing that I have observed is that the position of the BOT is becoming something that we did not expect it to be this rancorous, but be it as it may. What the Constitution says and what was read there, it said may. It did not say shall, did not say must. So that means it allows accommodation for a chapter to produce more than 1. And so I second the motion that today we do not go into any aspect of making it a law as being revised in the first motion. So we do not allow we do not allow room for review or addition to a motion that's already been seconded. What we want today is that if there is any such thing as not allowing any chapter to produce more than 1 candidate, then that should be taken up at a later session, not today.
Mr. President,
okay, let's go ahead and vote for the motion. All right, let's go. There's a motion on the floor, 2 motions on the floor. Let's go ahead and take a vote. Those for the motion, we shouldn't have 2 candidates in the board. Secretary, do the counting for me. First of all, you can only vote if you have a wristband on. You must raise the hand with the wristband. If
No
you don't have
wristband,
no
a green
voting.
wristband. If you don't have a green wristband, you're not
If you don't
voting.
have a green wristband, please give us space. So let's take a vote. Those for.
Those 4. From this side first, please.
Those for that.
On this side first.
Motion number 1 from Ushete. Those that are for it, show by lift of hand. Legal counsel. We are voting now. Please, we don't need all that. But we are voting for 1 chapter, 1 representation. Show your hands. We're voting now. We're counting. Start counting.
1 chapter, 1 announce their chapter? Are they going to announce?
No wristband, no vote, please. Come to you, raise your hand. No wristband, please keep your hand down. Start from there. We're voting for one chapter, one BOT representative.
One more time.
Today. Okay, raise your hand, please. One chapter, one representative at the board.
Okay,
raise
your hand.
Dr. Igbe, hold on.
Hold on. I don't even want to
Hold on, hang on.
Ufoki Songo! Please, I want everyone in this room to understand what is happening, because a lot of things have been said. I have the floor, I have a point of information. Was there a counter motion that was seconded? Yes or no? Yes.
Yes.
According to Robert's rules, we have to vote on the counter motion before we vote on the original motion. So if the individual that gave a counter motion that was seconded can reiterate what that motion is, we need to vote on that first. Be it pass or fail, it has to be voted on first. And then we address the original motion. That is the purpose of a counter motion.
Okay.
It wasn't a counter motion, it was explaining.
There's too much.
Listen up, ladies and gentlemen. Please listen. Listen and listen very
Madam
carefully.
Legal, are you here?
Listen very carefully, please.
Madam Legal,
there's a motion on the floor and there's a counter motion on the floor. We're going to vote for the motion for, and then we vote for the motion against. Whatever motion takes the numbers, then we go with that.
This is the General Assembly. Give the General Assembly a chance to come in. And
Please, if you are standing on the hallway and you like to vote, you have to be inside. If you are in the hallway, you like to vote, come inside, else you are good, your vote will not count.
Those for the motion, put your hand up. If you don't have a wristband, that means you're not a registered member. We count you. Dr. Igbe, start from that side then. You have to have a green wristband for you to be counted. The motion is one chapter, one BOT member.
you cannot count that vote. Let people come in.
People are here inside.
One chapter, one vote.
Please go ahead and count.
Raise your hand if you have one chapter, one vote. With no wristband, please keep your hands down. Thank you.
Correction, Mr. Secretary. One chapter, one BOT member, not one
Raise
vote.
your hand,
One
please.
chapter, one BOT member.
Dr. Igbe, you have to count our hearing. Please, you have to count our hearing. Domingo, Dr. Igbe, please stop playing. You have to count our hearing.
Okay.
Start all over again.
Okay. All right. Wristband, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34.
No, 4, not aligned to.
That was 34 on this side. So,
continue.
35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69.
Please, wait, hold on, please.
Yeah, wristband. 69.
Whoever that won the count.
70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84. The green band. I'm counting the 84, right? All right.
Yes, I have 84.
84. Chairman.
84.
84.
Chapters can have more than one member. Chapters can have more than one.
Okay, we're going to the second round of the vote. Those who support a chapter can have more than one. That's up to 2.
Please, now, Dr. Kwan had a motion on the floor. We're going to vote on that motion, saying that we should have 2 or more members from the same chapter on the board. That's what we're voting on. Someone drew my attention that we should have started with a counter motion, but I know here in Akisan we've been doing this for years. We always vote the other motion and then vote motion number 2. I don't know what the Robert rules say, but that's what we've been doing. So we're voting on him now. Whoever that supports Dr. Kwan's motion, you can vote that we should have 2 or more members from the same chapter in BOT.
All right. Come on, time is going, please. Counter motion, start.
Raise your hand. On.
Counter motion.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You can't vote twice. I won't be able to know. No. Counter motion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't see a rebound. Cancel. 6, 7, please. 8, 9, 10. Your wristband. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. 36. Mr. Chairman, 36.
36 votes for those with more than one representative from a chapter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, convention. The convention has spoken. So let me see the result.
Right here. 36.
Those that are for the motion are 84, and those for against the motion are 36. So the motion carries.
Counter motion, yes. Okay.
Counter motion fails.
I gotta pronounce that the counter motion has failed.
Counter motion failed.
Give her the mic. I don't hear what you say.
Point of clarification, if you wouldn't mind taking a moment to reiterate what you just said so everyone understands what just happened.
They voted for the counter motion, not against the other motion.
They voted for
the other motion. They didn't vote against the other motion. Go on. There were 2 motions.
So they voted that it should be 1 chapter.
Okay, listen, let me repeat myself again to convention.
Akwa Ibom.
Let me repeat myself again. The motion you just voted for means one chapter cannot have more than 2 or 3 members, 2 or more. Cannot have 2 or more members at a BOT. Cannot have more than, they only have 1. They cannot have more than 1 member at BOT. Thank you. With that being said, we have a list of candidates here that we're going to call to come out. We're going to give them 2 minutes. Please, if you do not have your wristband, you are not going to vote today. Please. We call the candidates will come out, but before we do that, we have another
You don't have a green wristband.
we have another recommendations that we did put on the floor, which was the second part of it. Either we conduct election for 3 positions as stated by the Constitution, and the 4th position will be left vacant for the next 2 years, or we conduct the election for 4, and the 4 top candidates with the lowest number will only serve 2 years in the board. So I need someone to help me with that.
But because we are making very important decisions here, and I would very much love members who are present here. You paid your way, spend time to sit here. I think you have a responsibility to make sure what we're doing here is done properly, because they are important. There are policies we are making for this association. The current recommendation that the Electoral Committee is recommending is this, or suggesting to the board, or the convention is this. The Constitution says only 3 positions shall be filled at any one convention. This year we have 4 positions that are vacant, because the convention, either by omission or commission last year, and even the council, did not fill a vacant position that existed. So that position remains vacant. Right now there are 8 board members. And so if 3 people are rolling out, plus that vacant position, if we proceed as it is, we're going to be electing 4 members. And that will violate the Constitution. Now let me finish. I'll give you a microphone. So the board is here, but the Electoral Committee is here by saying this, recommending this. Either the convention authorizes us to allow for 4 people to be voted for. And in order to make sure that those 4 people don't roll out at the same time in the future, we say the list of the 4, the one that has the least vote out of the 4 will serve 2 terms, 2 years, not 2 terms, 2 years for his or her first service on the board, so that subsequently we get back to what the Constitution says. That's one option. The other option that we're recommending, or we're suggesting, if we ignore the first one, is to allow the vacant position to remain vacant for another 2 years, so that the board operates with 8 members. That has already happened the last year. So we want the convention to make a decision, one way or the other, on those matters. Your point of information? Okay.
My name is Bufayo from Miami chapter. The first board election was done in 1999. We had no board members. The rules to decide how many people serve and how long was decided there. 9 people ran for the board that year. The first 3, Dr. Igbe of Blessed Memory, Aswa Amanam, and Tony Afia, had the highest vote. They all served 3 years. The next 3 vote getters served 2 years. The last 3 vote getters served 1 year, with a chance of the 2 and 3 years to really run again. So since something happened, and this house allowed a vacancy to occur, all we need to do is run 4 people on the board. The first 3 vote getters will serve 3 years. The 4th person serves 2 years. Thank you.
That's what we're saying. That's one of our recommendations. Right.
But that's happened in 1999. It's
Right.
not me.
Okay.
That was a recommendation. So that's what we're going to do today.
Okay. So the honorable former president has given us a perspective. Now, so if that is what the House wants to go with, then let's proceed. Or the House still have to make that decision. Is it the opinion of everybody present? Let's do yes or no.
All right. Thank you very much.
I am ready to make a motion, please.
There is no more need for motion here. There's no need for motion. Either yea or nay. All right. With that being said, please, we don't have too much time to spend here. Yea or nay? Serves it. All members in support of that motion say yeah. Anyone not in support in that request says nay. All right, the yeah carries. All right, now we're going to call the candidates. You know, what that is going to do is going to affect some candidates that already have members, already have a member in BOT, so they cannot stand for election today. And there are 2 chapters here that already have a member in BOT. That will be the Dallas chapter and Tampa chapter. Dallas already have a candidate in BOT, and already have a sitting member, and then Tampa already have a sitting member. So initially we have 7 candidates, but that would drop us to 5. And you're going to vote for the top 4. We're going to hand you over the ballot papers. When we hand you over the ballot papers at the time of voting, you're going to select 4. You're going to select 4 out of the 5. 4 out of the 5 only. So we're going to give the candidates, when I call the candidates, they're going to come out here. We're going to give them 2 minutes for them to say something, how they will be able to raise funds for the board, and their achievements throughout the time they have been in their chapter. In no particular order, we're going to be calling Prince Ubonwebo from Atlanta chapter. I don't 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Mr. Nyekanetum from Nashville chapter. Cross it. Mrs. Ikobima James from Columbus chapter. Mkoikana James from Columbus chapter. Mrs. Rhoda Ibok from Houston chapter. Last but not the least, Ms. Tubo Onwusoro from Minnesota chapter. Cross it. Two minutes, please.
Akwaibom is so. Is so. Imani is so. Ibani day. He come. He see. He like. Any complaint? It's you. Mbok, since I have 2 minutes, just a little bit about me. I mean, care ubong yang sang will rock bu mo basi. Nton Surubium local government area. I am a husband to the very first Akisan USA, Miss Akisan USA, Dr. Edidiong Igbegbo here with me. Yeah. I'm a father to 3 boys. I have 2 mothers, one of which is here, Mrs. Helen Igbe.
Professionally, I've been in finance all my life. Started in Union Bank in Nigeria, now work as a portfolio manager for Truist Bank here in the US. So, enough about me. A vote for me, this is what a vote for me means. We have seen what the outgoing leadership has done. They have elevated the game to the next level. We know the incoming leadership will do the same and even more. So what a vote for me does is this. We maintain the oversight and accountability that the Board of Trustees is tasked to do, but in addition to that, we work hand in hand to make sure that efforts in fundraising, especially self-funding, is realized and perfected, so that going forward, this argument about seed money, no seed money, return seed money, don't return seed money, does not arise anymore. So, yeah. Also, going forward, if we perfect self-funding, we should be able to, hopefully with the next administration, be able to subsidize convention going forward. So that we come here, we enjoy ourselves, we celebrate our heritage, and move Akwa Ibom State Association forward. Thank you so much.
Akwa Ibom is solo. Akwa Ibom is solo. Akwa Ibom man is solo. Any complaint in Nashville? Ayong Mesikere, Inekan, Peter, Etam. I am from Akafort, Uyo local government area of Akwa Ibom State. I am the present convention planning committee chairman of this convention. Prior to that, I was the chapter president of Nashville, Tennessee for 8 years. And within the past, within my 8 years of service, I've been able to bring a council meeting to Nashville for the first time. And now we are all here for convention the second time. So one thing about me, I believe in a track record. I do have a good track record. As a member of Nashville, Tennessee, under my leadership, we've done several projects, and we have superseded a lot of projects in Nigeria by building a classroom block. And just 2 months ago, I donated 600 dual classroom desks to primary schools in your local government and a Temecula local government area. So when it comes to doing something, I know what it takes. I know how to do it. I'm not just bragging about it. And under my leadership as well, I also serve as the, I also serve in the Afordukwa. Afordukwa as the project committee chairman, which I did execute a lot of projects. And most recently, I was promoted to the scholarship committee chairman, which I executed, really, really timely. So I have a good track record, and I know I'm going to bring something to the board of committee. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Akwa Ibom is songo. Ibibio is songo. Anang ma. Anang ma. Anang ma made. Ubumayi. Ojo bapuran. Ibesipo asutan is songo. Etina is songo. Ikorabasi ino. Umfani bana Akwa Ibom emerio. Iban Asian. Iban Uyai. Iban Ndoko. My name is Rhoda Ebach, and I hail from the state of Houston, Texas. I am a nurse by profession. I have 2 boys. I have been very involved in my community. Mbondita Ibibio Etina community, Ikarabasi community. I'm very well known. I am a giver. I'm committed. I am dedicated to my community. I thank my parents, being born and raised here in the United States, for taking me to Akwa Ibom meetings from the age of 5 until now, and I'm 42. Thank you. I have a nonprofit organization and an NGO back home, and we serve women, their health, breast cancer awareness. Being a survivor myself, I give mammograms to those back home. I've had a fundraiser myself in Houston and raised $25,000 in 3 hours, and was able to take that money back to Ikarabasi, where my dad is from, to remodel the primary school, build restrooms for the children, provide a boho, and feed the children every month. And I am honored to be a candidate for the BOT, and I ask for your votes. Thank you.
Akwa Ibom isan, mfoni ban isan, ide know you. My name is Mboikana James, representing Columbus chapter. What I learned is that in history, I do not think that Columbus chapter have produced any BOT member, and I will happily be the first. Thank you. So I'm married to Mr. President from Columbus chapter. I have 4 beautiful children. I'm a registered nurse by profession. One thing about me is that I'm a compassionate person. I love caring for people. I'm part of the Heal the Globe organization, which last year when I visited Nigeria, Akwa Ibom State precisely, I was able to conduct a medical awareness and also healthcare awareness with collaborating with some medical staff from Uyo Teaching Hospital. They helped me out with that project. I was able to execute that project perfectly in Nongokumiko-Retefia in Ikono local government area of Akwa Ibom State. So I was so compassionate about it, and it was one of the best experiences I've had, and the experience the local community have had ever. They were so happy. So I am here today soliciting for your vote, that you should vote for me as an experience and also have passion about caring for people, and also going to be part of this BOT member raising funds. I'm also affiliating with a Library for Africa. Is an organization that help other non-profit organizations raise funds for people that help people in African continent. So today, vote for me as one of your BOT members. Thank you and God bless.
My name is Ubang Usoro, Ubang Boniface Usoro, to be specific. I have been around for more than 10 years. Served as chapter president for 10 years or more at this point. While I was chapter president, I was also your auditor for 3 years. Within those 3 years, I had to deal with Etukat, Margaret, and Itoro. And if you recall those names, those were the years in which we went through some financial issues. Every single position I took stands still today. I'm yet to hear anybody argue against that. As far as going forward, I think with my experience, I'm a tax accountant. My license is through the federal government. When I served as an auditor, there were some questions in regards to me providing reports to the community, and I specifically said no. Because as far as I'm concerned, the community has never stand in terms of enforcing the rules that we had in the book. So there was no way I was going to sign a report that had my name on it. That's the reason why I didn't do that. If you're an accountant, you would understand why you wouldn't do that, especially with my license. But I think a vote for me at the end of the day is a win for the community. I'm not here to win the popularity contest. I'm not asking for it. But I know at the end of the day, if you're asking someone to do what's in the best interest of this community, I will gladly do that. Been there, been kicked, been cursed, been a whole lot of stuff. But When I make a stand, I take a stand. I'm here to ask for your vote. Whether you vote for me or don't vote for me, I'm still going to hold my head up high. But I appreciate your support. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The votes are coming. I can see the house is full. Listen, please. I'll repeat myself. If you don't have a wristband, don't expect a vote. We did make adjustment to the ballot paper because we had 7 candidates here. We made adjustment. We took out 2 of the candidates here on the ballot paper. So when you're voting, please take a look at it. You see the names are crossed out. Because we did everything we had to do, but we just had to bring it to the convention for them to decide on what they want forward. With that being said, we have questions. We're only going to take 1 question for each candidate. Just 1 question. All right, go ahead, sir. You give the microphone to him. Is the question to a particular candidate or to each candidate?
Akwa song to all of them. If they can give 1 minute answer, that will be fine.
We are about to leave this hall in 25 minutes.
Yeah, that's okay. It's going to be a very simple question.
Your question should be to only 1 candidate there, and then somebody else asks another candidate, somebody else asks just 1 minute.
All right, thank you. Akwa song. All protocols duly observed. My question would have gone to all of them because it's a very important question to as far as all of us.
Pick 1 candidate.
Is concerned.
Pick 1.
All right. The saying goes, all of us in this hall, if you look at all of us, look at our ages, look at our faces, hear some of our intonations, we will know that most of us have an underground back from home. Then my question is going to be, so that I don't go a very long way. My question is, to these guys, that's why I sang that song, forget about the money, bring in the money and all that. What is this generation, what are you guys going to do to this upcoming generation, to be sure that these our younger ones, our kids are able to keep up to what we are doing in Akisan, so that we'll keep maintaining this. Are you there? What? Are you there? Akwa Ibom song. What are you guys going to do apart from bringing in money? How are you guys going to bring in the younger generations to pick up from wherever we are stopping or wherever it's going to get from? What are you doing to, how are you bringing in the younger generations? That's my question.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Anyone you want to go first?
Any other hands up? Anybody have a question? Where's your question going to? Who is your question going to? The last one? Who is the last one? Okay.
Thank you very much. My question goes, based on the Constitution of the Akisan, USA, one of the duty of the BOT member is to, on behalf of the association, solicit funds through such method as proposal writing, annual giving, bequest, solicitations, and other forms of fundraising. Which of these is the most important to you, and why do you choose that?
1 minute, please.
No problem. I think with regards to fundraisings and raising funds, I think we do a great job of raising funds. The problem is you can't raise $200,000 and turn around and spend $200,000. That's the problem we have. But as far as raising fund, I'm going to point back or pivot back to what Mr. Ikiko did in San Diego and what I think we should be doing going forward. We ought to utilize sponsorship. And I think when we hear the word 501c3, most of us argue or stand up and say, yes, I know what that is. There are benefits associated with a 501c3 that we could enact, such as if we are able to save up enough funds, a 501c3 is not subject to sales tax. If we're able to prepay for our rooms prior to getting conventions, that's a source. That's a quick, easy cash where we could, in each conventions, generate like 15,000, if not more. So there are many ways to raise funds, but my hope of getting on the board is.
For the interest of time, that was a very interesting question. We'd like that question to go to all the candidates.
Thank you. So for fundraising, which is one of the biggest part of these BOT members, is to raise funds for this organization. Because as we know, we have a lot of needs back home, and we stand a chance and have the opportunity to help them. So we can reach out to other organizations, which some of those organizations that I know personally can reach out to them, and they are willing to help other organizations that help people back in Africa. So we can do a personal funding by, contribution, and also reach out to other organizations that help people as well. Even big companies, we can write to them to donate funds to our organization and let them understand what we are using the fund to. I believe those companies and organizations will be very much willing to help and donate funds to this organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
To answer the question, when it comes to fundraising, I believe is very important, and it takes networking to raise funds. It takes other organizations to help you raise funds. I would suggest the BOT having their first fundraiser, gala night, and raising funds. I'm a big stickler on charity begins at home. I love to donate. I love to give back to the children, to the youth. I feel if we involve our youth in what we're doing, they will follow our footsteps going forward. Thank you.
So last year, December, Nashville had the right to host this convention. And after that, we were informed there was no seed money. As a matter of fact, it was recommended that we should have a virtual convention. So when it comes to fundraising, I don't like bragging. I know how to do it. Even a few months ago, I know a lot of you heard we will have breakfast. No breakfast, no breakfast. It took courage. I had to call a few people, raise funds, because this is what I believe. And we've been able to raise all the funds for this convention. And also, when I took over Nashville chapter, before I left, I'm not, just, being very, very respectful. I'm not going to mention the amount. But before I left Nashville chapter, which I have our members here, I tripled the amount that we had in account from fundraising.
Time's up.
I have that track record. Thank you.
For me, I don't know if self-funding is on that list. Self-funding would be my priority. The reason is clear. It's almost guaranteed. I know we've talked about proposal writing, we've talked about grant for years now, and we've not been able to do that. I'm not exactly sure why. That should be the cherry on top of self-funding, convention, donations, and networking. So, self-funding, let me expand just a little bit on that because it is almost guaranteed. If we dig deep, if 9 people on the board is connected to 10, maybe 100 people, if those 9 people reach out to those 100 people, how many people are we talking about? 900 people. If 900 people give $100 each, how much are we talking about? Do the math. People know math here more than I do. self-funding first. That forms a foundation where we can build on and start looking for donation funds. Look into why we haven't done grants right and perfect that.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the candidates are spoken, so now you can make up your mind. It's unfortunate that we have to reduce the numbers from 7 to 5. So we're going to give you one ballot. You're going to select 4 out of the 5, and then bring it back to us. Or they will come around, pick it up. The boxes are empty. We'll give you one ballot, but you have to have a green wristband to get a ballot. All right, please call all the people outside so that they can come inside. Because by the time we start, that will be it. Their names up on the screen? Their names are on the ballot paper, please. When you get the ballot paper, you see the name. Or one more time, let them introduce themselves again in case you came in late, you don't know who is who. Start from my right.
Prince Ubongekbo, Atlanta chapter.
Nekaritam, Nashville chapter.
Rhoda Ebach, Houston chapter.
Waikana James Columbus chapter.
Uban Soro, Minnesota chapter.
Okay, yeah, they make it one by one. Election have started. Please have a seat. Have a seat. We don't want going back and forth. If you want to vote, have a seat. We'll give you a ballot paper. Yes, you guys can go have a seat.
Yeah. Please, when the election starts, nobody should leave through this other door. Nobody should leave through this other door when the election starts. All movement should be through the other exit.
Please have a seat. You must have a wristband to get one ballot and choose the ones you want to vote for. Yeah. And therefore, please, can you have a seat? Please have a seat. Please have a seat. Andy. Please, can you have a seat? Andy. cannot be more than one. Have a seat. If you don't have a seat, you don't go. Bring a chair there and sit down. Have a seat. If you don't have a seat, no ballot for you. Have a seat. Have a seat.
I cannot block that screen. Okay, can I get it? Okay.
You don't want somebody getting too.
Please, if you don't sit down, you cannot vote. If you don't have a seat, line up here.
You already have one?
Line up here if you don't have a seat.
I'm sitting on the floor, please, my own.
They need some papers here. Okay, mom. They need papers. Sit down. The papers are coming to you, please.
I don't want to give you
Vote four members.
You have 4 people to vote for.
People without banks.
And please, if you don't have your tags, we are not giving you any paper. The green one, the green one.
Don't have wristband.
Check. If they don't have the green paper, they are not voting.
How did you get your ballot?
Domingo, give me some papers. Come. Here.
Give her one.
Bend paper.
Because you're going over the same area, and people don't have wristband and they have ballot. Nobody here has papers.
They still have.
The president don't have any.
Hold on, friends. Let me give this line so that I will know that I'm going back.
You just circle. Whatever, but just circle it. 4. I mean, Mangama go back.
Have to vote for.
But
We died, but they have a green wristband. So they need to wait. They can't come in.
That's what I'm doing now.
after voting, if you don't have the green tag, I will not collect the paper from you.
Yes, I will. I'll give you one.
You can do 3 or. Maybe a paper. No, you can vote 3.
Why didn't you give him his own registration thing? You knew what was happening.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can vote for more than one. Maximum of 4. Maximum of 4 candidates. Maximum of 4. The maximum is 4. Maximum of 4. 4 candidates. Well, we're going to see the one that has the highest number. Have you voted? You're leaving?
Yes, I am. No hard feelings.
No, don't give people no hard feelings. No, but please have a seat. If you don't have a seat, we're not going to take your ballot. Have a seat. Have a seat, except the people standing here. Please have a seat. Please have a seat so that we can take the ballots from you. Buroma, people standing, please don't take those ballots from them. If they're standing, do not take the ballot. If they're standing, don't take the ballot. No wristband. Don't take the ballot, please. And they can push it. Push inside. Mr. Andy? Yeah.
No tag, no vote.
No other money. Mr. Andy? Mr. Andy?
No green tag, no collection of your votes. Domingo. Sweetheart, Lucy? What? What is that? Okay, we want green tag. That's why we can't take it from you. Sorry. Okay, your tags. Tags.
Your wristband, your wristband. Wristband.
Good.
Have the key.
My secretary, look at the tag first. William.
Noise level, William.
Ufa isanga. William yi. Amen. Thank you.
So let's go to presidential. Okay.
Akwai Bamisa, Iban and Oyo. Silence, please. Thank you very much for participating in this year's BOT election. While the vote being counted, I want to remind everybody that we have to get out of here in 15 minutes. So hopefully they'll be able to count those votes in this time frame. While the votes are being counted, I have 3 requests, please. Number 1, if you're a member of Akisan Atlanta, please stand. Akisan Atlanta, please stand. On behalf of my administration, I want to thank each and every one of you for putting trust in me and my administration by serving as a representative to the National Secretariat over the last 4 years. Thank you very much. If you're a member of my EXCO, please rise. Member of my EXCO. But a big round of applause to my members for serving faithfully over the last 4 years. Always putting my feet to the fire if I do anything wrong and letting me know if I do anything right. Thank you very much. If you know you're rolling off the board, please rise. Mr. Board Chair, Dr. Itawan, if you're rolling off the board, please rise. Where's the third? Oh, okay, cool. Oh, you're jumping off. But thanks for your service. A round of applause for them. Last but not least, let us all clap for ourselves for the support we've given this association, the support you've given me. Again, members, volunteers, sponsors, and donors. May God bless you all in Jesus' name. And may this be the beginning of new and better things for this association. So on that note, it's been a long time coming, but it has to be done. Can someone move a motion to dissolve the current cabinet? Mr. Chibon Soro, Washington, D.C., Dr. Ume Kwan, seconds. Any counter motion? Any counter motion? Counter motion, Chief Uemidam. All right, on a serious note, all those in favor to dissolve the cabinet say yes. Yes. All those against say no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much for your support. God bless you all in Jesus' name.
Uyom. Beam the other one. As you all know, we have a second election coming up, or certification of election. While in the BOT votes. While we are still collecting the result for the BOT, we're going to move to the next one, which is going to be certification of the results from the different chapters for the position of the president. I'm going to be calling on every chapter. I have all your emails here, and I have the results of the election ready, which we're going to, in a few minutes, it's going to come on the screen so that the chapters can come out and tell us how they voted, and then we go ahead and certify the results. Honorable Secretary, can you help me put that up? Huh? Yes.
The 32 chapters in the nation, 27 chapters participated.
The one that I wish it was at the courses, at least if they can get something that has up to it. The one if we have something that has up to it. But we send the money and add everything I present to you. Tell him that I'm sorry that we are asking him to run around town. I'm not requesting. And after this, we need to correct it. As we reach out to they arrive. And when they arrive, at least just to say, where are you? Something. You need to bring
So we're going to go on the chapters alphabetically, and then they're going to tell us how they voted, who they voted for, who won their chapter. And then at the end of the day, we're going to tally numbers and show you how many chapters voted. We have 32 chapters, 27 participated in the election. And then, as you know, this is the first time we've done this. It was very hectic. And I do thank my committee members and the chapter presidents and the chapters for giving us that opportunity. Their cooperation has been a very difficult situation, I may say. But we thank God. After this, we're done with our job, and most likely, other members will be voted in so they can continue from that. But we should be able to give them terms of reference or how we were able to do it, and then it might be much more easier at the next election. Please, can you put up the list for me so that we can see? So we're going to call on the chapters. The first chapter that I'm going to call is the Atlanta chapter. Who has the microphone? Huh? Atlanta chapter. Expand for it.
Akwa Ibom Isong.
Yeah.
Akwa Ibom Isong. The number one chapter in USA, Akisan, Atlanta, we had 95 members that were eligible to vote. We had 95 members in all, but as at the day of the election, 81 were eligible to vote. 60 were in attendance, and the votes were as follows. Engineer Emmanuel Akpan had 7 votes. Engineer Isong Ekpeyong had 29 votes. Engineer Mbong Ekiko at 24. Atlanta, having certified that Engineer Isong Ekpeyong had the highest vote, returned him as the winner in Atlanta chapter.
Thank you, Atlanta chapter. We're going to go to the next chapter, which is going to be Charlotte Metro. Where's Charlotte Metro here? Charlotte. Where's Dr. Kwan?
But it's important that the chapter presidents are here to ratify the election, or that chapter's election will be voided. This is a very important part of the constitutional requirements.
All right,
please.
if it's not, but according to the email that Charlotte chapter sent to me, they had 15 members, eligible members to vote, 15. Vote cast was 15. Walekpan had 2 votes. Engineer Ison Ekpenyon had 4 votes. And Engineer Mbong Ekiko had 9 votes. So from the email they sent to me, Charlotte Metro declared Engineer Mbong Ekiko as the winner. The next chapter on the list is going to be Chesapeake Bay, Maryland chapter. By default, I'm the chapter, but I will need one of my members to help me out here. Can you read the results for me? It's right there on the screen. While we do that, Columbus chapter, get ready, you're going to be next. And then the next one is going to be Connecticut, and then Dallas chapter.
Columbus chapter, where are you? Welcome to you.
Columbus is going to be next. It's right there on the screen. Read from the screen.
Go ahead. For Maryland chapter. Okay.
Go ahead, Chesapeake Bay, Maryland.
Engineer Song got 1 vote. Emmanuel Ekpan got 3 votes. And Engineer Mbong Ekiko got 23 votes. And the electoral committee observer was Sir Michael Asukwo, and Engineer Mbong Ekiko was declared winner per the result.
Thank you very much, Chesapeake Bay, Maryland chapter. We're going to Columbus chapter. How did you vote?
Yes, at Columbus chapter we had 17 members, and 17 members were there to participate. 9 votes goes to Engineer Mbong Ekiko, then 7 votes goes to Engineer Emmanuel Ekpan, and his son Ekpenyong had 0. That was how it goes at Columbus chapter. So Engineer Mbong Ekiko was declared the winner.
Thank you very much, Columbus chapter. Connecticut chapter.
Akwa Ibom song, Imani song. For Connecticut chapter, we had 20 registered members for the election. 13 members voted. Emmanuel Ekpan had 12 votes. Isong Ekpenyong had 1, and Mbong had 0. So we declared Emmanuel Ekpan winner.
Thank you very much, Connecticut.
And the election was observed by the chairman of the electoral committee.
Thank you very much, Connecticut chapter. We go to Dallas Metro. Dallas Metro chapter.
The Akisan 2024 to 2026 national presidential election for Dallas Metro chapter. We had 35 qualified members. Out of that, Mr. Song Ekpenyong had 0 votes, that's 0%. Mr. Emmanuel Ekpan had 11 votes, 31.43%. And Engineer Dr. Mbong Ekiko had 24 votes, that's 68.57%. So Engineer Mbong Ekiko was declared the winner.
Thank you very much, Dallas Metro. We go to the next chapter, Denver. Denver, then Houston, get ready too.
Akwa Ibom song, Ibani Nobio. Election matters in Denver, Colorado. The election was monitored by Dr. Ibang Igbe and Sir Michael Asukwo via Zoom. We registered 12 members that were in good standing. 8 voted and 4 were absent. We recorded Engineer Dr. Mbong Ekiko with 8 votes. Engineer Isong Igboyan with 0 votes, and Engineer Emmanuel with 0 votes, declaring Dr. Mbong Akiko the winner. Over.
Thank you very much, Denver chapter. We're going to call on the next chapter, Houston chapter.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, I'm sure in Houston, we had 50 eligible members, and on that day, 43 showed up. We had 7 absentees. 1 didn't declare they didn't want to vote. Out of those votes, we had Engineer Emmanuel Akpan 9 votes. Engineer Song Ekpenyong had 10 votes, and Engineer Mbong Akiko had 23 votes. And Houston chapter, I declared Engineer Mbong Akiko the winner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Houston, Indiana chapter. Is Indiana chapter here in the house? Indiana chapter is not here. I will read the elections as they sent it to us on the email. Indiana had 20 members, 19 voted. 9 voted for Engineer Emmanuel Akpan. 8 voted for Engineer Isong Ekpenyong. 2 voted for Engineer Mbong Akiko. So Engineer Emmanuel Akpan was declared the winner. Moving on, the next chapter is Jacksonville chapter.
Yeah. For Jacksonville chapter election results, 10 members were eligible to vote, and out of the 10 members, Engineer Ekpenyong got 0, Engineer Emmanuel Akpan got 0, and Engineer Mbong Akiko had 10 votes, declaring Engineer Mbong Akiko the winner for Akisan Jacks.
Thank you very much, Jacksonville. We'll move to the next chapter, Keddy chapter. How did you vote?
We had 30 members that were eligible to vote, and out of that, 12 of those members voted for Engineer Mbong Akiko. Engineer Isong Ekpenyong had 7 votes, and Engineer Emmanuel Akpan had 7 votes, and Keddy chapter declared Engineer Mbong Akiko the winner of that election.
Thank you very much, Keddy chapter. We go to LA Community chapter. LA Community, how did you vote? Where's the mic? Thank you.
For Isongo, I am not the current president, but he's in transit. So I was just on the phone with him. He said it was okay for me to relay the message, and I want to know if that's acceptable.
Yes, it's acceptable. Go ahead, man.
Okay. For Isongo, LA, Los Angeles had her national presidential election on June 30th. I don't remember exactly how many people were present to vote, but I know that, oh, it is? Oh, okay, where is it? Okay, so we had 70 eligible voters, and out of that, it appears 48 voted. Okay, awesome. So Engineer Emmanuel Akpan had 6 votes, Engineer Isong Ekpenyong had 15 votes, and Engineer Mbong Akiko had 27 votes, which gave him, I believe that's 62%. So LA declared Dr. Mbong Akiko the winner.
Thank you very much, LA community. We call Metro Detroit. Detroit. Not here? Okay, Metro Detroit chapter election is sent to me. They had 17 members, 17 eligible to vote. Engineer Emmanuel Akpan had 0 votes. Engineer Isong Ekpenyong had 17. Engineer Mbong Akiko had 0 votes. So they declared Engineer Isong Ekpenyong as a winner. Metro Phoenix chapter. Metro Phoenix chapter. Metro Phoenix chapter is not here, but from the email they sent to me, 40 eligible members, 29 voted. Engineer Emmanuel Ekpan had 18, 18. had 3 votes, and Engineer Mbong Ekiko had 8 votes. So they declared Engineer Emmanuel Ekpan as the winner. Minnesota chapter, are you present? Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped one. Miami chapter first, before Minnesota. Miami chapter.
Thank you. Yes, Miami chapter had 20, let me see. What's that thing is wrong? Miami chapter had 14 eligible members that were, 14 members that were eligible to vote. This is wrong. So, Emmanuel Ekpan had 5 votes. Dr. Mbong Ekiko had 8 votes. Engineer Isong Ekpenyong had 0 votes. And we had 3 observers from the Electoral Committee who were special. And then we declared the number of, 1 member was absent, couldn't vote, did not vote. And then Dr. Mbong Ekiko was declared the winner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my chapter. So, Minnesota.
Minnesota had a total of 25 eligible voters. Of that 25, 13 showed up to vote.
Nashville, get ready. New York, get ready.
Sorry? Oh. Of the 13 that voted, Akparawa engineer Emmanuel Ekpan got 2 votes. Engineer Isong Ekpenyong had 1 vote. And engineer Dr. Mbong Ekiko had 10 votes. So Minnesota declared engineer Dr. Mbong Ekiko the winner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the interruption. Nashville.
Nashville chapter got 50 registered voters. We had 39 members that voted. Emmanuel Ekpan got 10 votes. Isong Ekpenyong got 0. Mbong Ekiko got 29 votes. Mbong Ekiko was declared the winner from Nashville chapter. Thank you.
We'll go to New York chapter, New York.
Yeah.
Out of 20, where are we? Out of 33 voting members, we had 25 votes for engineer Emmanuel Ekpan. We had Isong Ekpenyong at 4 votes and engineer Mbong Ekiko at 3 votes. With Mr. Edemandi in observance, we declared engineer Emmanuel Ekpan as the winner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, New York. We'll go move north to New Jersey. Oklahoma will be next.
Hello, I'm standing in for our president, so he said it's okay. Is it okay?
Yes.
All right. We had 25 voters. Emmanuel Ekpan had 16 votes. Mbong had 0 votes, and Isong had 9. So Emmanuel Ekpan was declared the winner, and Mr. Moore observed us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, North New Jersey. Oklahoma.
Oklahoma had 27 eligible members. Of that, 14 members voted for Emmanuel, 1 voted for Mbong, and the rest were absent. Oklahoma declared Emmanuel the winner.
Thank you very much, Oklahoma. Oregon. It's Oregon chapter here. Oregon not here, they sent me an email at 22 members eligible to vote, and how Engineer Emmanuel Ekpan had 9 votes, Engineer had 13 votes, Engineer Mbong Ekiko had 0 votes. They declared Engineer Isong Ekpenyong as a winner. Philadelphia chapter. Is the Philadelphia chapter president here? Philadelphia, can you tell us how you voted?
Philadelphia, we have current members as 35. About 20 of us voted. 20 of us voted. 19 voted for our engineer, Emmanuel Akpan. 1 voted for Isong Ekpenyong, and 0 voted for engineer Dr. Ekiko.
Thank you very much, Philadelphia chapter. We go to Research Triangle.
Akwa Ibom song. We're small but mighty. Chapter. It's a new slogan. Akisan Research Triangle voted. We had 13 eligible members. 11 showed up to vote. All vote went to Engineer Mbong Akiko. He was declared the winner.
Thank you very much, Research Triangle. We go to San Diego chapter.
Akwa Ibom Isongo. Imani Songo. Yeah, Ivana Kwambo know you. Akisan Sonny San Diego conducted election. 15 active members. We had 10 that voted. Engineer Emmanuel Akpan had 0 votes. Engineer Isong Ekpenyong had 0 votes. And yours truly had 10 votes. Thank you very much.
We go to the next chapter, San Francisco, the community chapter.
Akwa Ibom song. Akwa Ibom song. San Francisco.
San Francisco, 1 minute, please.
Okay.
San Diego declared Engineer Dr. Mbong Ekiko at the president.
You forgot that. Okay. San Francisco Community Chapter had 23 eligible voters, out of which 15 voted for Engineer Mbong Ekiko, 5 for Engineer Emmanuel Akpan, and 3 for Engineer Isong Ekpenyong. Therefore, that chapter voted in Engineer Mbong Ekiko as winner.
Thank you very much, San Francisco community. We go to Tampa chapter.
Akwa Ibom is on. Everybody know you. Imo is on Tampa chapter. We in Tampa, we had 27 members, 18 were available to vote, and 6 votes went to Emmanuel Akpan, Engineer Emmanuel Akpan. 1 vote went to Engineer Isong Ekpenyong, and 11 votes went to Engineer Dr. Mbong Ekiko. So we declared Dr. Ekiko the winner. Good news is all the votes went to an engineer. So,
thank you very much, Tampa. The last but not the least, Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. chapter. Yeah.
In Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, we had 50 members that was eligible to vote, out of which 25 showed up to participate in the electoral process. However, Engineer Isong Ikpenyong had 3 votes, Engineer Emmanuel Ekpan 5 votes, Engineer Dr. Mbankiko 17. Therefore, Washington D.C. chapter declared Engineer Mbankiko as a winner.
Thank you very much. We've come to the end of it, and the final results that we tabulate together is as follows. Final election results, we had 27 chapters that voted. Out of the 27 chapters, Engineer Mbankiko won a total of 17 chapters, 17. Engineer Emmanuel Ekpan won a total of 7 chapters, and Engineer Isong Ikpenyong won a total of 3 chapters. So as the Electoral Committee Chairman, the winner of the Akisan Presidential Election 2024 is Engineer Mbankiko. I would like to say this first and foremost. I would like to extend my gratitude to all the members of the Electoral Committee, every candidate, their teams, and all the chapter presidents who have worked tirelessly to make this election possible. Your commitment to Akisan community and its new democratic process is truly recommendable. It wasn't an easy task to do that, but we get it through. Thank you very much, members. Our job is done, and we have to move on to the next chapter. Thank you. I'm going to also announce the BOT election. The results are in. Where are the candidates? The candidates, where are the candidates? So they finished the campaign, they're out of here? Where are the rest? Come on, say what you say. All right, the election is as follows. Or let me give it to somebody else to help me out.
Okay, at the end of the exercise to elect 4 members into the Board of Trustees, and for which every member sitting here who was duly registered as an Akisan member from the chapters voted. After collation, here are the results. Where's the 5th person? Oh, okay, bro. Where is my own thing? Hmm? Okay. Okay, yes. No, okay, here are the results. At the end of the exercise, an Ekanitum of Nashville chapter, had 174 votes. Well, that's not, okay, I'll move on. Prince Ubong Ekbo had 163 votes. Mrs. Rhoda Ibok had a total of 158 votes. Mpoikana James had a total of 93 votes. And Ubong Usara had a total of 77 votes. So, going by those numbers, And going by those numbers, Anekanitum, Ubong Ekbo and Rhoda Ibok would serve 3 full years for first term. And Rhoda Ibok. And Mpoikana James, who had 93 votes. That's the least out of the first 4. That's the least number of votes out of the first 4. So Mpoikana James would serve 2 years to complete a vacant seat. She can run for a second term later. All right? And thank you so much for presenting yourself and willing to step forward to serve. And wish you the very best.
All right, thank you very much. Let's give an opportunity for Mr. President-elect to say a word or two.
Once again, Imaniso! Oh, yeah, I know you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for the trust and the honor you've bestowed on me to lead our great association. Thank you so much. Everybody that voted for me, thank you. And for those that did not vote, thank you for participating in the process. But I want to welcome you to join me as we transform our association to greatness. I do want to acknowledge Engineer Iman Akpan, my good buddy, and my great buddy, Engineer Isiong Ekpenyong. I want to get with both of them so we can sit down and bring the best ideas from all camps of our great association. I want to raise through in the interest of time, thank you to my campaign team, both in Akwa Ibom and Nigeria, for all the great work. Thank you for the dream team. Thank you all the chapters that voted. I got to acknowledge our outgoing digital president and his extreme, awesome cabinet, Obong Torokbani Court, Madam VP Wemiyang. I want to acknowledge the board chair and all those in the board. Thank you. I got to acknowledge my CCP, Akisan chapter presidents. Our vibrant women's wing, I want to acknowledge you. Thank you so much. Our youth and young professionals. So, like I said, in the interest of time, I want to ask everybody to join us. It's a new era in Akisan. It's time to unleash the full potential of a great association. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Please, go for your lunch. You see the room that we had, the room of that we had award
315
BOT award yesterday. Please go in there for your lunch. Moving forward, that is where we are going to have our meal, please.
And the cultural night start at 6.